Good morning again. Would someone like to volunteer to check in with the Credentials Committee and see what their progress is and what the line is? Thank you.
Which Wi-Fi? But maybe because you logged in.
Hilton meeting. Hilton meeting.
What?
Hilton meeting. Hilton meeting for the Wi-Fi. Password 2024 convention. Lots of other creative Wi-Fis, but that's the official Wi-Fi.
if they're not being used, I guess I just feel I think they're spoken for, but I don't know off the top of my head. That's why I think there should be enough, because there aren't. They would like to be, but that's the thing is they need to. Say that. It'll be behind that far screen. You'll see boxes that are labeled. Should we tell Jerry?
It would be what's on the website. That's fine. Yeah. And isn't it in the convention book?
Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting on credentials and chairs. In the meantime, our presidential candidates are collecting signatures so that they can qualify for the nomination. We did not have presidential tokens. Our presidential candidates are walking around collecting signatures. So please sign for your favorite presidential candidate. You may only sign for one presidential candidate.
Rich, and you have
I need about 5 minutes of uninterrupted time. I need about 5 minutes of uninterrupted time. Mike. Yes. Okay. Are you waiting on Mike? If he'll direct you over. Oh yeah. Yeah, but the tellers are all, yeah, he's gonna be tied up for a couple minutes. Okay. Over at the teller's table. Right there.
I'll go over there with you in a second, Ken. Let me just ask Karen Ann, how are you
Hey,
doing?
how are
Good
you
to see
doing?
you.
You too.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
These are all filled out and signed for Mike Termont for president.
Yes.
We were told to put them on this
Yeah.
petition.
Yeah.
And so there are 40 of them here, and that we need 30, right?
Right.
So do we turn them into you?
You turn them into the tellers.
Okay, just ask them. They sent me over here, so
Yeah, everything's
over there and
yeah,
tell them
they
that you
get them.
ordered.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Nothing
I just
comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Stash this here for when it's time.
Having fun?
No. We're missing tables, and therefore missing chairs. So we're just going to be able to sit.
So when you were talking about missing chairs, people thought when Angela said that, they thought she meant state chairs.
No, no, no,
So they're all coming up to me going, "What are we missing?"
no. No, actual chairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I know. Check. I know. Yeah, no, she meant sit down chairs.
Good morning, everyone. 1 minute warning. We're about to gavel in. We are behind schedule. I hope everyone has found their chairs. I mean their literal chairs. If you are a chairless delegate, if you do not have a place to sit, please look around and drag a chair towards your state delegation. If it is your first time at a national convention, you should be seated with your state delegation. If you're not sure what that is, look on your badge. What state does it say? That's your state delegation. And mine is wrong. Beautiful.
Not anybody else, it's going to be fucking me. Let's go.
Do you have it in writing?
Whatever the beat.
Well, I need a copy of it.
Somebody text Mike to just say.
It needs to go to my personal email, which is libertarian.com.
Everyone, please find your seats. Good morning. I'm going to call us to order at 9:34 p.m. Eastern Time. a.m. I'm going to answer our first point of order before you do it is taxation theft. Fantastic. That's correct. The first thing we're going to jump to is our Credentials Committee report. We have the chair of the Credentials Committee present with us. He is going to give that report. Mr. Hlavka, please remember to speak slowly and repeat it because people will be writing things down.
Can everybody hear me okay? Outstanding here. So as of gavel in, we had 812 delegates check in with the Credentials Committee, being that quorum is a 40%. According to our bylaws, that would mean 325 for quorum there, Madam Secretary, or excuse me, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair.
Can you please give us the number for 2/3?
For 2/3, absolutely here. So out of 812, just to give you the majority real quick here, because I didn't do that either, so. You can't hear me? Do I gotta use my big boy voice? There we go. I don't need this mic. Y'all can hear me just fine. So 50% would be 406 delegates here, and then.
407 is majority.
Say again?
407.
407. 407 would be a majority, and then that means 2/3. 812. That was as of the snapshot I took when we.
Okay, guys, let's get back on track real quick.
All right, 2/3, Madam Chair, is 542, it looks like. if my math isn't too off.
Okay. 812 delegates checked in. Quorum is 325. 407 is a majority. 542 is 2/3. Need 7/8.
I don't know who called out 7-Eleven, but you were correct, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your mathematics.
7/8 is 711. Now, we've got mic 1, raise your hand. Do we have anyone at mic 1? That's 1. Where's mic 2? Mic 2. Mic 3? Mic 3. Mic 4? Beautiful. And the mic is not working yet.
No, don't bother me right now.
Okay,
Check 1, 2. Hey.
let's make sure that AV is working on our microphones. I understand if they do not want the mics live the
Test
entire
1.
time. Beautiful.
Testing 2.
Okay, we have some people lined
Test
up at
3.
microphone 1
Yes?
and 2 and 3 and 4. I'm going to go 1.
Go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Test
Please
3.
state your name and your delegation.
My name is Mimi Robson. I'm from the California delegation. Can you hear me? Okay.
Sorry about that.
This is Mimi Robson. I'm from the state of California. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Credentials Committee has made the motion to approve the Credentials Committee report, correct?
It
Is
has
that-
not been made.
Okay, I'm doing an amendment to that motion once it's made.
All right. Madam Chair, at this time, I'm moving to approve the credentials report here.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda, the credentials report to add the Michigan delegates that were not put on the list for today at the Credentials Committee meeting yesterday. So my understanding is that there's 7 delegates from Michigan at this time. My motion is to add the remaining members or delegates that were elected in ranked order of both delegates and alternates for Michigan. I have the complete list here that I can give to the secretary.
Madam Chair, parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, guys, we need to come to order so we can move forward quickly.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mike 2.
All right, mic 2.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that every member has the right to request that any motion be read in its entirety.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I will read my
Back
motion.
to mic 1. I need you guys to be quieter so we can hear and move forward quickly. Thank you.
Okay. I could a second ago. Okay, I move to amend the credentials report to accept all names previously submitted to the Credentials Committee by Michigan to the Michigan delegation. The full list of names has been submitted to the secretary, which I will do as soon as we're done. They already have it, but I have a list. Will be submitted to the secretary, and I can read the list if you'd request me to read the full list of delegates.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm moving that all of the delegates that were elected and alternates are going to be seated. The names: Scotty Bowman, Bill Hall, Clarina Gallinou, Emily Salvet, Greg Stempel, Mike Selba, Vicky Hall, Andrew Hall, Jim Hudler, Joe Berngart, Jim Fulner, Mary Buzama, Andrew Duke, Bill Gallineau, Donna Gundel Craig, Jay Gillette, Griffin Hall, Jamie Van Alsten, Justin Miramonte, William Gallineau, Dana Carvey, Diane Salba, I'm butchering this, Szabla, Angela Thornton, Donna Gallineau, Lawrence Johnson, Brian Ellison, David Canny, Mark King, Stephanie Dunn, Forrest Dunn, Leonard Schwartz, Raphael Wolf, Randy Sabla, excuse me, Drew Canny, Aaron Marinov, Brandon Warzabach, Leah Daly, Frederick Hort, Ryan Brennan, Alice Freeborn Hall, Daniel Zimba, Michelle Gregory, Avi Rochlin, Keith Bilby, Sean Collins, Summer Powers, Trevor Stepp, Kathy Hicks, Jeff Patel, Josh Janjimba, Michael Yannick, Ryan Roberts, Dominic Thielen, Greg Black, Rick Thielen, Shelby Black, Andrew Ryanta, Kelly Hartman, Jeremy Schwab, Benedict Thielen, Daniel Wojcicki, Ryan Henry, Lawrence Ludlow, Jerome Thielen, Wayne Shannon, Carl Ball, Colin Fitzgerald, Tommy Lee, Lowell Gnat, Andrew Gale, Bruce Jacquez, Timothy Teagan, Max Greg Whitaker, and that list is in ranked order. I can hand that to the first 6 that were already approved should not have been that list, but I'm saying to seat the full delegation, so just to be clear, the first that were already seated I read to be included in the delegation, but they've already been seated. So to clarify, this list includes all of the delegates from Michigan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second!
Thank you. Stand by just a moment while I consult with a parliamentarian.
Morning. It's going to be whether that. Is there any way to squirrel around it? All right.
So I was only going to make the same motion she did, so if anyone...
Guys, we're checking the vote threshold. We're not, that's all we're doing.
The endless microphone shuffle.
Right.
Right. Well, the biggest thing right now is going to be Mike too from causing more problems because he already spoke, so he doesn't get to speak again.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm with. Right. No more fuckery.
Yeah.
So she rules requires 7 nights, and one overrule is 2/3.
I think overall the chair should be a simple majority.
No. No, I'm just hanging out. And I kind of have to do one of the ones to kind of safeguard, make sure everybody gets a chance. It doesn't get voted off the night. So I think you're covered with the hall. I'm just kind of wandering around and checking in as well. So like the hall's all the way down there right now. Not the cards. Yeah. Yeah. When I was talking to Boomer, he looked over here. He's like, "Oh, John's in line. You guys are fine." So. But knowing John to be able to tell him as a friend that they're come over here and just say, "Hey," anyway.
Yeah.
We're proud.
I'm already.
So you can Pardon?
Because I'm at the mic, I'm not looking at my phone.
Point of personal
I need
privilege
to-
here.
So is it Scotty Bowman?
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Because these say T4, 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 T7. So is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? So up to
Madam
6.
Chair, microphone 4, point of personal privilege.
Microphone 4.
Jack Westbrook from the delegation of Texas. Two things. Could we have this screen present what's going on up here on these other two screens so we can see? And also, the volume is still a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, but if you could just circle the names that I need, so it's up to this that I took off. Let's double check that it goes.
Here's what we used to see a lot of.
Once we confirm, I'm going to put a note on it.
All right, guys. After consulting with the parliamentarian, it's going to be a majority vote.
Yes.
This is going to be a standing vote.
Do I get to speak to my motion,
You
or
can.
do we need to do
I'm just
that?
letting everyone know in advance it's going to be a standing vote.
Point of order.
Mike,
4.
4, go ahead.
Andrew Chatterton, delegate from Michigan. As I recall from the credentialing committee meeting, these members were stricken from the credentials report. They were stricken from the credentials report, so I believe they would be additions during the convention and require a 7/8 vote.
My understanding is because their names were submitted, it's a majority.
Correct.
If you'd like to appeal my ruling on that, please do so now before we get further in.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay. Do we have any seconds? All right, this motion is debatable. Do we have any debate on appealing the ruling of the chair?
Microphone 4.
Mike 4?
I absolutely dispute that reading. The bylaws clearly state that any list submitted before convention, and that list qualifies. Also, Mr. Chatterton is under a court order to not speak to this. So,
To be clear, that, okay, you're arguing against. Okay.
Point of personal privilege.
Mike 1?
I was
four.
going to, well, I was going to speak to my motion, but I will speak against, well, I'm going to speak in support of the ruling of the chair.
Thank you.
It is quite clear that right now we're on amendments to the Credentials Committee report. Amendments are passed by a majority vote. This is not additions that were added after convention. They were all submitted to the Credentials Committee and pre-credentialed. Therefore, this is just simply an amendment. The chair's ruling is correct, and I absolutely speak in favor of upholding the chair's ruling.
Thank you. Mike 2?
Madam Chair, request for.
Mike 4.
Where are you at?
Point of personal privilege.
Mike 3?
Jim Fulner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. My request for information is, what is the current motion on the floor?
Right now, we're appealing the ruling of the chair
Which is what?
regarding the vote threshold for Ms. Robeson's credentials amendment.
And that is debatable, correct?
Yes, appealing my ruling is debatable.
Point of personal privilege on 4.
Thank you. Who's on 4?
Kenneth Welch, Texas.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You got our screen fixed, but the speaker over there is not turned on, and we cannot hear on that side of the room.
Thank you. Mic
Madam-
2, do you have something?
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Billy Pierce, delegate from Texas and the vice chair of the Credentials Committee. I rise to speak in favor of the ruling of the chair. A lot of folks worked really hard to get folks here, to get them credentialed, to submit everything to our committee to make sure that they're legitimately members and are eligible to be delegates and alternates on these various delegations. We all worked very hard to get here. This is not adding people after the fact. This is a simple amendment to the report. It should be a simple majority only. We need more people, not excluding people for the benefit of some folks. Seat them, seat them, seat them.
Mic 3.
Madam Chair, Aaron, Delegation Co-Chair, Oklahoma. I rise in support of the chair's correct ruling. Any interpretation other than the interpretation that the chair has made is a weaponization of Roberts against the affiliates. All.
Mic 2.
Madam Chair, I would like to speak in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair. This is Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Can we have order, Madam Chair?
Please be quiet. Do you want to get to the rest of the business? Lower your voice.
Madam Chair, the bylaws of the Libertarian Party state that the 7/8 rule applies when names are submitted to the Credentials Committee after the beginning of the convention. These names were submitted to the Credentials Committee before the beginning of the convention. Therefore, the 7/8 rule does not apply.
Mic 1?
Mic 1?
Unless the chair is, well, I call the question. I know the chair gets to speak last, but I am calling the question to end debate.
Any objection to calling the question?
Yes.
Objection.
Okay,
So
all in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. Now this is a controversial one, so I'm going to ask everyone standing right now, sit down or crouch, because I don't want to have to do this vote multiple times.
Madam Chair, point of information, point 4.
Points of information are not interruptible.
Okay, well, this is just for you to explain how this vote works on appealing of the ruling of the chair so that people can understand how they're voting.
I'm getting there, thank you. When I say, shall the ruling of the chair be upheld, you are going to stand if you agree with the ruling I made, which is that it's a majority. If I say, shall the ruling of the chair not be upheld, that's because you disagree. You think that it's 7/8 or something else. You think it's not a majority. Does everyone understand that? All right, here we go. Shall the ruling of the chair be upheld? Stand if you think it should be.
Yes.
All right, please be seated. All those opposed to the ruling of the chair, please stand. It's really close. But I think,
That's your full of shit.
settle down. But the ayes have it.
May I
All
speak
right.
to my motion now?
Yes. On to the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know what more I really need to say other than the delegates went to Michigan. They went to their convention. They showed up. They did the thing. They did the work. They've now showed up here. They've done the thing. They've done the work. They were properly elected. They should be seated, as should all delegates that were, I won't go into that, but yes, they should absolutely be seated. Again, my motion is to seat those that were not seated. So the list I read before, and I will give this to the secretary, the top 7 names that I gave, they are already seated. So in that list I gave, it's all the rest of them. I hope you don't want me to read them again.
No, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll take this up to the secretary. And I'm speaking in favor, obviously.
Mike 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel Ziemba, delegate from Minnesota and the Secretary of the Libertarian Party of Michigan. Contrary to a previous point that was raised, I'd like to point out that no court order prohibits free speech in this debate. The judge specifically, in a past case in which several people on this list sued the Libertarian Party of Michigan, made that very clear. The only requirement was that none of us submit a document to the Credentials Committee purporting to change the court-ordered filing. With that, I would like to mention that these names being added to the list were added or were given to the Credentials Committee under court order due to a temporary order which does not resolve the current case, mainly due to the timing thereof. And the Libertarian Party of Michigan's stance on this is that our Judicial Committee reviewed the actions taken by several of the people on this list during our March 9th delegate selection convention, found multiple bylaws were broken, and therefore called into question several of these delegates. That is why this controversy is before us.
First. Fantastic. Shut your mouth, please. Thank you. Mike 1, and then we're going to Mike 3.
Just a point of personal privilege. I found a cell phone on the floor over here. I'm going to go turn that into credentials. If you're missing your cell phone, go over to the credentials desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike 3. Mike 3.
Mike isn't. Oh, that's kind of okay. Point of personal privilege. Can we get a list of the names on the screen?
Okay, so it's got to be submitted to our secretary in an electronic format if you want it on the screen. All right, are we at Mike 4?
So four's back there? Yeah.
Okay, call in Mike 4. Yeah, this is Scotty Bowman from Michigan. First of all, I was present at the election of those delegates. I can attest that it was legitimate and the bylaws were followed. What did not comply with the bylaws is when those names were removed. I'm reading a quote from the judicial decision, the court decision, that was misrepresented by another delegate. The decision of the Judicial Committee of the Libertarian Party of Michigan issued on or about May 18, 2024, purporting to invalidate the election of 27 delegates to the 2024 Libertarian Party National Convention was rendered outside of the scope of the proper authority of the Judicial Committee and was not based on any plausible reading of the bylaws of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, and I move the question.
Question's been called. It needs a second.
Object.
Is there an objection?
Object. No opposition has been heard to the motion.
Thank you. Opposition? Well, all right. Are we going to call the question?
Let the opposition speak.
All opposed to calling the question?
No.
All right, go ahead. Opposition. Oh, you're right.
Daniel was the opposition.
Alice Freeport Hall from California.
1 second.
all do it. Already signed. I did. That's right. Oh, Mike. Yeah. He's not going to sign. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Oh, he signed one. Okay. I'm already signed.
Madam Chair?
Nope, wait a second. Guys, we're going to vote on ending debate. Are you in favor of ending debate?
No!
All those opposed?
Nay.
No, you need to wait. It takes 2/3 to end debate. Stand if you want to end debate.
This is a point of parliamentary inquiry of what we're voting on. Was the question called only on the amendment or on all? Just to be clear, though, this is only on the amendment, correct? Because we have a main motion, which is the credentials report.
Correct.
This is only on the amendment.
Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to calling the question, I want you to go ahead and stand up. Okay, question is called. We're going to go to a vote on this amendment. We need, is the motion on the screen? Yes, it is. I can see it right in front of me. Mimi Robeson moved to to add the remaining Michigan delegates after the first 7. They are entitled to 34 delegates. 7 were already elected. Does everyone understand what we're doing right now? Okay.
Point of order.
Okay, who had that point of order? Mike 1.
Madam Chair, are the delegates that are being elected within the amount of delegates allocated to the Michigan affiliate?
Yes. Yes.
I assume so. There's no list of names that's on the screen.
Yeah. Point of information.
Point of
information.
All right, point of information.
Sit down.
Point of information, the list that I gave completes I said it was in ranked order. It completes the 34 delegates as well as alternates.
How many alternates?
There's a total of 75 people total on this list that I gave to the secretary. The first 7 were already seated. The next ones going to 34 are primary. The ones after that are alternate.
Got it.
And my motion was specific to seat the entire delegation, which includes both alternates and delegates and alternates in ranked order. That's why it sounded like more than 34 names, because it was.
Point of information. Can you
Yes.
project the motion on the screen, please?
I believe it is on the screen. Is everyone here from Michigan? I need to know if everyone who is on that list is present.
No, you don't need to know that.
Not necessary.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Fuck you.
Microphone 2 is not working. We need microphone 2 working.
Microphone 3. Arizona. Nathan Madden, Arizona. Point of personal privilege. Can we please get the names of the delegates that we're voting on, please?
Ms. Robeson, are you able to email that to our secretary?
She has them.
It is getting dilatory. All right, any more points of inquiry, any of that stuff, because we need to go to a vote. Yes.
On the motion that was on the screen, it just said delegates. Can we clarify, is it just delegates or is it alternates and delegates?
She said delegates and alternates.
We are getting that email to the secretary.
Point of order, microphone 2 is not working.
Madam Chair, point of order, microphone 3. This mic is intermittent.
All right. Okay, here's the situation. I need to know if every single delegate is present and alternate on that list.
Point of information, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Mike Saliba of Libertarian National Committee versus Saliba. Which other states did you need to know if everybody was present before they were sat?
If we're going to add people to the credentials report, we need to know how many bodies are in the room. Are we adding invisible people who haven't attended? Here's the situation. If you are one of these people, 34 minus 7, who is trying to be sat right now through Ms. Robeson's motion, I need you to gather in one spot, and we need you to actually check in, and I need to make sure you're here. Or I'm going to have to rule it out of order, same as I can't check in and add someone to credentials
Point
in
of
any
order,
other state
Madam
who is not
Chairman.
physically present.
Point of order. Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4. We cannot, they have to be added to the verified list so that they can credential. They couldn't credential before they were on the verified list. You do not need to know how many people are here in the room.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Billy Pierce, Texas delegate and vice chair of the Credentials Committee.
Thank you.
We are happy as a Credentials Committee to be right over by the exit sign and check folks in to verify their presence, but we haven't been checking folks in or verifying their presence until they're added to the credentials report. But we're happy to do that. We're at your service.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Okay, microphone 2.
That's 2, right? Again, I would like to reiterate the fact that there's no reason that someone who has to be present right now in order to be added to the credentials report. Most of us were not here when we were added to the credentials report. There are people still on the way who are on the credentials report. You do not have to be present to be listed as a delegate to this convention. Pardon me. Whitney Bilyeu, Texas.
I've got a point of order as well. Point of order.
Number 3.
I have a point of order. Which is yours? Point of order. I want to clarify. My motion was very specific to add these to the credentials list. Nothing in my motion said anything other than any other state delegation where their members are put on that list as credentialed so that the people can then pick up their credentials. I didn't make any part of my motion to say that those people had to be in the room at this moment, because nobody is in the room at the moment for any of the other states when they were credentialed. I mean, I happen to be because I'm in California, but most weren't.
You're adding them to the credentials report. We're not adding them to the credentialed delegates.
I do.
Until
make
they
sense?
check in,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
They are added to the credentialed list until, and once that happens, they can check in and get credentialed, but this doesn't automatically give them voting rights on this floor till they do that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Madam
that
Chair.
was the issue.
Madam Chair, mic 2.
Yes.
Number 3.
And then I believe the question has been called, so if this is a point of inquiry or point of order, go ahead.
Move the motion.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Okay. And
Can
then
you-
we need to go to a vote.
Am I correct in understanding that a point of order is intended to be a request for information?
No.
And so we can use a point of order to make a point after we've already ended debate? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure what your question is.
I-
Are
I'm-
you ready to go to a vote, or do you have a procedural question?
My procedural question is whether it is appropriate to request a point of order without an inquiry, but a piece of information to give to the body after we have already ended debate. It is not correct, but I don't believe a point of order.
Okay, no, not unless it's coming from the chair seeking clarification on the motion. Okay, are we ready to go to a vote? Yeah! All right. All those in favor of Ms. Robeson's motion, please stand. Everyone else, sit down.
Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Vote!
Please be seated.
I had to be here.
All those opposed, please stand.
Cowards!
I had to be here. I had to be here.
All right, it looks like the ayes have it. It's close.
Madam Chair, I call for division. Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia.
All right. That's Paul Bracco.
Point of order.
We need 20 people to stand and call for division. I need to see 20 people standing if we're going to do this. It is difficult for me to see because the light is kind of blinding.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you clarify that, please? Because I don't understand what people are asking to be stood
People
for.
are asking for us to do a counted vote. Yeah, we have 20 people. All right, we're going to do a counted vote. All right, so here's how it's going to be. All the delegates on the floor, we're doing a counted vote. State chairs, I'm going to need your help. Delegation chairs.
Madam Chairman,
Who said my name? Where are you at?
Mike 2.
Mike 2.
Request for information. Is it correct that only those who are present on the credentials report are eligible to vote in this ballot?
That's correct.
Point of information, microphone 4.
Yes, microphone 4.
Daniel Fishman, delegate from Maryland. Could you instruct what the state chair's responsibility is in making sure that the people who are doing the standing vote are actually members of their delegation?
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. Thank you. Okay, teller teams, come on out to the floor. I'm waiting on the tellers, our hardworking tellers. So, if you have not been added, if you are not on the credentials report yet, you are not voting. That means right now there are 7 people in Michigan who are voting on this, to be clear. Mike 1.
Another point of personal privilege. I just want to remind everyone that the bars are open. Please drink.
Thank
you very much.
Bars are open. All right, teller teams are coming out. Teller teams, I need you to count for those who are in favor of this motion. So here's what we're going to do. Everybody who's in favor, and I know you all want to dispose of it, and I know you're quite passionate about it, so help us get it over quickly. Stand up. Tellers, please count people off. Please keep very close track. Please communicate with the state chairs to make sure that you are only counting people who are eligible to vote. That is particularly important in Michigan. That is the only challenge that has happened thus far.
Madam Chair,
Where are you?
point of privilege,
Where?
number 4.
Thank you.
Richard Fass, Louisiana. Am I recognized?
Yes.
Thank you. Point of personal privilege, can we increase the font size on the screens from 100% to 125 so we can read what's on the screen?
I don't know.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Thank you.
Point of information, mic 2, please.
Mic 2?
Yes, is everybody clear that they're actually counting right now? I think the chair needed to announce that the voting is actually current, because there are not people standing that are not, don't understand what's going on, so please make sure if you're voting yes, please be standing.
If you are not voting yes, sit down or crouch down.
Madam Chair, can point of personal privilege, people in this section stand if you're voting yes, because people were confused.
Okay, so for anyone who's confused, we have tellers who are going around and doing counts. State chairs, please assist tellers in any respect. The only people who are not voting right now are people who are not credentialed. That is most of Michigan. There are 7 people at least, or up to 7 people in Michigan who are allowed to vote on this.
Point of information, mic 3.
Yes, Mike 3.
Isn't it customary for the chairs to count their delegations and then present it to the tellers rather than the tellers counting the entire room?
No. The tellers are counting, and they're communicating with the state chairs to make sure they're counting the right people.
State chairs should be counting.
Madam Chair, point of inquiry. We're having a hard time hearing in the back. Just for clarity, is this a recount? Do you need yeses to stand back up?
No, there's no recount. The tellers have started, and as far as I know, they're still working on it. This is one count.
Point of, oh, jeez. Point of personal privilege and information on point mic 2. Number 1, mic 4 is not working. And number 2, don't we customarily do a standing count by counting off as we go?
Would you like me next time to count up 812 people? Because I will do that if you think that's fast.
Yeah, Mike 1, parliamentary inquiry.
Mike 1.
Yeah, okay. Scott Lieberman from California, parliamentary inquiry. Is it the state chairs who are in charge of the counting, or is it the tellers who are in charge of the counting? Because we had two different people in our state doing the counting.
All right, I've answered this a few times. The tellers are doing the count. I will personally count every head next time we have to do this sort of count.
Madam Chair, Mike 1.
Mike 1.
Chris Gannier, California. I appeal the ruling of the chair to count personally herself.
No, it's okay.
Number 2, please.
Mike 2.
Yes, I believe the vote's already been corrupted. I believe we need to start over and make sure everybody understands the vote is occurring. I do not believe everybody understood the vote was happening, so people were sitting and standing with different ideas. I request that we announce that the vote is starting and have folks stand or sit as they see. And count off each one as we count each and then sit.
Microphone 2.
Mike 2.
Point of inquiry. I have heard on the floor that no votes were being counted, but I have not heard that announced from the podium. I am confused as to who should be standing now.
Gotcha. I did not call for any no votes to be counted. Okay, so here's my intention, right? For tellers to go out and do this quickly so that it was faster than me counting off, and it looks like that has spectacularly backfired. Because there are people walking around in the aisles, and the tellers are like, where is everyone? And that's where I was hoping state chairs would help rein everybody in. Does that make sense? Do you understand my concern here? Do I need to count you off one by one?
No. Mike 2.
What is it at Mike 2? Don't just say Mike 2.
Point of privilege.
What privilege?
I have complete faith in our state chairs. We
Thank
don't
you.
need top down. Let the chairs just determine and advise the tellers.
All right. Spoken with tellers. We're going to do it over. My apologies. Let's try to make this the last do-over. No more do-over votes the entire convention. If you are going to vote on this, go to your seat right now because I need to count you off. I need the secretary and the tellers to help me. I need no one else in the room talking. This is a huge waste of time. Okay? Are you walking around? Are you going to your seat? I want everyone to go to their seat and help me out because I'm going to get on the floor and count off. Find your seat. I see some of you still walking around. I don't want to see anyone in the aisles. If you've got to walk, go to the back of the room. Once you get behind those bars, I'm not counting anybody back there. There's hotel staff back there. There's all kinds of people. I see some running. Looks like Billy Pierce running. Someone in a blue shirt. Joe Dean is standing up. Maybe he's
Microphone
near his
3,
seat.
point of information.
What's that? Microphone 3.
Evan McMahon, Indiana. Will our tellers who are part of our delegations be allowed to come and stand with us, or will you be counting them off separately?
Tellers, where are you at? Raise
They're
your
in
hand.
the far left corner over that
Okay.
one, madam. Or you're
So
far
if you're
right.
a teller, you have two options. Go to the teller booth or go to your delegation. Go to the teller. You can go wherever you want. Nope, you're good. You're good. Thank you. Thank you for your service. You have a difficult job. Tellers, find a place. All right. I'm going to start on that side of the room. So here's where we're at. If you're voting in favor of this motion, same motion. Mimi Robeson's motion. Stand up. And stay in your seats.
Point of information, who is counting the votes? Because I see tellers counting. Who is counting?
I'm counting.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, guess what? I screwed it up. We're going to do it over. I swear if you come to the mic, please, AV, cut all mics. You don't get any points. I'm counting. Keep your points.
All right, everybody, please simmer down. Please simmer down. Keep quiet so we can count. getting a little too loud. Please keep it down. We will get through this. Again, please keep it down.
All right, there were 407 and more votes, so that motion passes. Microphone 4, that's 3, microphone 3. Oh.
Oh, there we go. I was going to try to scream. This is Layla Bush from Washington State. I would like to move to amend the credentials report to accept all names previously submitted to the Credentials Committee by Washington to the Washington delegation. The full lists of names have been submitted to the Secretary, or being submitted right this moment, and I can read the list if requested.
Second.
Second. Go ahead and read the names, please.
The names are Colin Morgan, Ruth Bennett, Sean Luma, Jennifer Luma, Seth Levy, Schuyler Wyndham, Daniel Wyndham, Nicholas Nunnally, Carter Garrison, Richard Longstreth, Courtney Turner, Anthony Durazio, Kevin Kahn, and Margaret Astigan. Astigan.
Madam Chair, microphone 3. Billy Pierce, Texas, Vice Chair, Credentials Committee. All of these names have been received and pre-verified by the Credentials Committee.
Wait.
Pre-verified, not credentialed.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. When we're talking about the Credentials Committee, I'd like to hear from the Credentials Committee chair prior, if you're going to speak on behalf of the Credentials Committee.
Nope, just as a delegate from Texas, a seated delegate from Texas.
Got it.
Yes, just for the record, Madam Chair, this list was submitted with the intention that once that vote was passed, that we would be able to verify them, credential them, and get them checked in after that point.
Okay, was there a second on this motion?
Yes.
Okay. This is going to take a 7/8 vote. This is not like Michigan.
What?
Point of order.
Testing 4.
And it's my understanding
Point of order.
that they're already aware of that. Point of order at which microphone? Microphone 3. Microphone 3.
Trevor Best from Washington. That is our understanding. That is incorrect. This is an amendment to the credentials report. The credentials report has not been accepted yet. This is a majority, same as the last vote.
Madam Chair, point of order. Microphone 4 is still not working.
Okay, can we please get microphone 4 working?
Testing 4. Testing 4. 4 works.
Thank you. Okay, I need someone to tell me which microphone.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Hey, point of inquiry. Is there roughly 1,100 seats on the floor?
I don't know. That's a point of personal privilege, but we can't deal with that right now. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I just because if there's 800 people total and there's 1,100
It's
people.
not. We need to move on to business. Thank you. Okay, next person.
Point of order. Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
And I'm sorry, you may have said this, but I just want some clarity here. My understanding right now is that there's been one amendment so far adopted, that other amendments can also still be adopted at a majority vote, and then ultimately the entire report would be adopted at a majority vote. Is that your position, or do you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mike 2, Madam Chair.
Hold on, guys.
After we're finished with the
Madam Chair, microphone 3, point of personal privilege. Indiana delegation, Evan McMahon. We have a lost cell phone. It appears to be an iPhone. Whose is it?
Please find TJ Ferreira. He turned one in.
It is fixed and resolved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mike 2, Madam Chair, request for information.
Yes.
Currently, as amended, does the current credentials report have missing from it any delegates that had been submitted prior to the convention?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So the credentials report, before it was amended when it was first presented today, was missing some delegates from Michigan that had been submitted for consideration by the Credentials Committee. I'm wondering if there are any other delegates in other state delegations that it has strucken down or removed from its credentials report.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand your question. You're asking if...
Okay, well, I guess it's more a request for parliamentary inquiry because Robert's Rules of Order is clear that on all votes related to all motions related to adoption of the credentials report, only those that are on the credentials report can vote. It's not only those that are not being contested in the specific motion.
People who are being contested may not vote on their credentials, whether or not they are voted in.
Sure, but it's only people on the credentials report as a whole that can vote on any motions, period, on the credentials report. It's not only those that are not contested in a specific motion. So
I think I agree with you if I understand the phrasing of your...
Okay, sorry, it's hard to say that clearly.
Okay, so here's my understanding that Washington was not pre-credentialed, that they had a communication with the Credentials Committee in anticipation of this particular motion, that their names were not submitted to be included in the credentials report. And that
Madam
it
Chair,
is a 7/8 vote.
LPWA delegation chair, microphone 3.
Yes.
That is incorrect. We were pre-credentialed with the Credentials Committee. We did submit those names beforehand, before the end of the Credentials Committee meeting yesterday to be pre-credentialed. We submitted them properly before convention, just the same as Michigan.
Madam Chair, a point of privilege.
Michigan's delegates were elected at convention. Were your delegates all elected at your state convention?
Madam
No,
Chair,
they
a
were
point of
not.
privilege.
They were elected per our bylaws. We submitted them to the Credentials Committee yesterday. The Credentials Committee ruled against that, but we submitted them properly according to our bylaws.
Madam Chair, a point of privilege.
Okay, what's your point of privilege?
Over in this section over here, a lot of us cannot hear. Could we get the AV turned up a little bit so
Turned
that
up a
people
little
can
bit?
hear?
Okay.
Thank you.
And I have a point of order.
Point of order?
So I'm not sure where we're at, but my point of order is the same as my point of order last time. Right now, we are in the credentials report
Yes.
being adopted. That is a main motion.
Yes.
The Washington motion is an amendment
Yes.
to the main motion. That only requires a majority vote because they were submitted ahead of time. The only time the 7/8 vote comes into play is once the Credentials Committee report is approved and we have credentials. People added at convention have to get added with a 7/8 vote. If you've ruled that it's 7/8, are you ruling that it's 7/8?
I rule that it's 7/8. It's
I
a different
appeal the
situation in
ruling of
Michigan.
the chair.
Madam Chair, microphone 3. Nathan Madden, Arizona delegation. There is a point of order on your ruling of 7/8. That is what is being considered now.
Are you going to speak on the appeal?
Right, so I've
All right.
appealed that ruling. I've appealed the ruling at this
All right.
point.
We don't need to.
Mimi Robeson from California has appealed the ruling of the chair. And it's been seconded. Are we going to go to a vote? Do you want to discuss it further?
Debate.
Okay. Okay, all in favor of upholding my ruling, please stand.
Madam Chair, point of order. I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Starr?
I just want to be really clear on something so I know how to vote on this.
But we're in the middle of a vote.
Point of information.
So my understanding right now is that we're voting on whether it's 7/8.
We're voting to uphold my ruling that it's 7/8 like it says in the bylaws.
So what I'm reading in the bylaws, this is why I want to read it, so I want to make
Yes.
sure we're understanding it. So if I'm looking at Article 10, Section 4, Paragraph E, there it says, by 7/8 vote, the convention may...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
No, he's in the middle of something.
Point of order, Madam Chair. He may not debate while we are conducting a vote.
I'm not debating. I'm trying to get an understanding here. So my understanding is that it says by 7/8 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are
Are
submitted.
you debating?
No.
Okay.
Are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention. What I want to understand is, are these names that were submitted at the convention or before the convention? 'Cause
We're at convention. I've gavelled us in. We're in convention.
so the names were submitted during the convention.
Yes, but I think you're arguing. But yes, they were submitted during convention. That's my position. We are literally welcome to convention. All right. Here's my ruling. It's 7/8 vote to submit names during convention. Is my ruling upheld? Yes. This is a yes. Okay. If you don't think it takes 7/8 votes and you disagree with my ruling, okay, so all the yeses sit down and the noes go ahead and stand up.
Stand up! Seat them all! Seat them all!
I'll be back after lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, this is moving now. You think it's 7/8? Yes. Okay. I didn't want you to be shocked through the vote.
So were they submitted to the credentials committee? Oh, they obviously were. How? Oh, so you can seek them from
Okay, we're going to do a standing vote one more time because I'm checking with everyone else to see what they think.
Oh,
okay,
it's
everyone
clear.
sit down. This is much faster than counting it off. Everyone be seated. Guys, I see you standing and talking. Everybody down. Okay, one more time and let's try to, I'm trying to get you through this quickly. Yeses, stand.
This is to sustain the ruling, just to be clear.
This is to sustain my ruling. Okay, be seated. Okay, I want the noes to stand if you do not like my ruling.
Stand up. Keep them all.
No, my ruling is sustained. The yeses have it.
I challenge. I ask for a standing count. On mic 4, I call for a standing count. Division.
Where are you at? Call for division. Show me which mic.
Mic 4.
Name and state.
John Phillips, Illinois.
Thank you. I think they have it, but we need 20 people to stand and call for division. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to jump off and I'm going to do it again.
Microphone.
Point
three.
of information.
All right, we have tellers who are willing to do this, but that's going to mean that everybody has to go and stay in your seat and do not walk around in the aisle.
No.
If you walk around in the aisle, it's going to get all messed up like last time. We want to go quickly, right?
Point of privilege, Madam Chair. Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
James Gentleman, Delegate, Minnesota. If the tellers could please have people count off rather than attempting to do a head count.
Okay, so we're going to hear from our teller now.
All right, you folks, here's how we're going to do this. Whoa, a little loud there. For each section, everybody stands up when they're asked for the ayes. The tellers are going to take your section. They're going to count you off one at a time. When they count you off and they point to you, have a seat. Once they finish with the ayes, repeat the process for the nays. Does everybody understand that? All ayes will be before the nays, guys. Okay? And they'll be counting down. So if you have, you'll be 1, 2, 3, et cetera, and so on.
Point of inquiry. Mike, one point of inquiry. In between the votes, are you going to then call from the stage for the yeses and the nos? The way he said it, he told them what to do or the way we're doing it. So you're going to call for all the yeses. The people will stand up. They will be counted.
We're only going to vote yeses right now.
Right, and then they all sit down, and you're calling for the noes to stand up. Correct?
I will do that. We are only voting yeses right now.
Okay, and the
the
way he said it was just a little confusing, so I wanted everybody to understand.
Point of information. Oh, microphone 4, point of information. Microphone 4, point of information.
Microphone 4, yes.
Are the Michigan delegates that were admitted earlier now are able to vote? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Then
can we get an updated what the count is for a majority now?
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Who was credentialed? Do you have credentials?
No. I don't. I'm just asking. I just don't know if any of those Michigan people have been credentialed,
So
and if
I
that
don't
affects.
know if they have been credentialed, but this is the only thing. Tellers, we're counting buttons. You have to have this button and be credentialed to vote.
You're asking for an update.
So if you lost it in the bathroom, if you left it in your purse, if it's in your room, you shouldn't be voting. This right here, this is needed to vote.
Madam
This is
Chair.
your vote button.
Mike 2.
Mike 2.
Madam Chair, since we have amended the credentials report already, can we get an updated count from the Credentials Committee?
No, not. We're in the middle of a vote.
Microphone 3, point
That's
of
also
information.
correct.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Evan McMahon, Indiana. Can we also make sure that our tellers that are up on the stage can go back to their delegations or ensure they're being counted as they are delegates?
Hold on, guys. We've got some sort of reverse hot mic where I can hear multiple people talking. Okay. Say that again.
Microphone 3, Evan
Thank you.
McMahon, Indiana.
Thank you.
Requesting that our tellers are counted or returned to our delegations to be counted. Did you understand?
Tellers are good. Tellers know how to count themselves.
Thank you,
okay.
Madam Chair.
Point of information for microphone 4.
No, you're going to slow down 1 second. Thank you. So, the credentials report has not been adopted yet. We're still going.
Point of information, microphone 4.
Can you please hold still 1 second because I'm in the middle of something. Thank you. Again, vote button. We are not doing an updated credentials report because we're in the middle of a vote. Now, microphone 4.
Could the person who's doing an excellent job of running what's happening please clarify how the vote for overturning the ruling of a chair works? What yes mean and what no means?
Yes means you uphold the ruling.
Chris Gannier, California delegate.
Where are you at? Oh, there you are. Thank
Mike
you.
1. The numbers have changed since we have new people credentialed, so the majority number is different,
The number, no, it's 407 is a majority.
even though the number of Michigan delegates has changed.
They're not credentialed yet.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. The Michigan delegates do have their buttons.
Point of order, we also added an Illinois delegate as well.
Madam Chair, point of order. Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
When it's a vote on sustaining or overturning on appealing the ruling of the chair, it's a majority of the votes cast, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
As in, it's not, it wouldn't be necessary to have the exact updated count right now because it would be a majority of those who are voting who have the buttons.
Yes, I think so. I think I understand you. Yes.
Okay.
I gotta get back over.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Does everyone understand the tellers are counting yes votes right now?
Okay. Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Orders of the day, please.
We're on it.
Thank you.
If you are voting yes to uphold the ruling of the chair, you need to be standing, and the tellers need to count you off.
Ma'am, over here. Ma'am. You standing or voting? You're not voting? Are you voting yes? Count off 1, 2, 3, 4. 7, 8. 10.
Who's got buttons already?
Do this vote first. Do this. Do the vote first. Where is her trying to say it's the 7. Standing up there saying yes. She still said no. I mean, like, are you kidding me? The vice chair of Texas, who was on the credentials committee, stood in a mic and said yes. They want you. She still ruled it out.
Who's wandering around and why when we're trying to do a counted vote? Do you really want me to come and count off again? This is insanity. Stay in your seats, please. You are prolonging your own pain and suffering. Stay in your seats.
Yeah, they're doing signatures this year. So 30 signatures. Yeah, but those are for different. These are different. Oh, you want to sign for me? The bylaws are wide. I've done it. I don't work on the page. Y'all can do whatever you want. I'm so done. Thanks, guys. I'm going to go turn that in. That's actually 50 cents. Let me see if we can actually, because some people might sign for 2. You know how it is. I'll catch you. You going to emo night thing? Hell yeah, I'll see you there.
Everyone, please come to order. Please find your seats. We're in the middle of a vote. And please be seated. We are going to count the no votes. Noes? No, you do not like my ruling. My ruling sucks. No.
Yes,
Stand
it
up.
does.
That's okay. We'll get through it. The tellers are going to count your votes. So I need you to count off to the tellers in your section.
Sit down after you vote. Are you voting on this, or did you vote already? Okay.
Point of information, microphone 4.
We have information every time.
What's your question?
Nope, not in the middle of a vote.
Yeah, except somebody made the point of order that it's the majority of those present will vote. So you have to vote. You're right. I mean, I agree with you, but technically 30. Okay, here's the 32. 34. 35.
Stay in your seats unless you are a teller. Stay in your seat unless you want to do this over. Okay, we got it. The noes have it. 413 to 376.
Madam Chair, microphone 2.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianco from Texas. I move to amend the credentials report to add the following names as alternates from Oklahoma.
Oh, hold on, we're still in a vote.
One second. We need to finish Washington.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair. Forgive me, what is the pending question?
Madam Secretary is going to bring it up on the screen. Who moved the Washington motion? Was it Layla Bush? Or someone else?
It was Layla Bush from Washington.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay, Layla Bush moved to add 14 names to the Washington delegation.
Thank you.
That's what we're on.
Point of order. That's incorrect. We move to amend the credentials report to accept the names previously submitted.
Okay, so in the future, if people could email the secretary their motion language, that's super helpful. Then she can copy paste it and put it up there quickly.
For clarity, we did bring a written copy to the secretary.
Thank you. All right, microphones.
Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Matt Losby, delegate from Idaho. I have a point of inquiry on this motion. How many of the 14 people named are residents of the state of Washington?
I don't have the answer to that. Not all of them. Yes, microphone 3.
I can answer that. So our state chair is one of the people who is on that list. Also, Rachel Bennett, who's been in the party for a long time. She's actually on the Hall of Liberty. She's on our list. Both of those people are from Washington. We have 2 honorary members from Idaho that are on the list. They live in Idaho, but they come to all of our events in Washington because we're friendly neighbors. And so that the rest of the people are people from out of state. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Thank you. I believe 1 is a Washington resident. Microphone 1?
Not 1.
I
2.
move to call the question.
2 are
Rajani
2 are
Mayatiko,
Washington
California.
residents.
I'm sorry.
Rajani Mayatiko, California. I move to call the question.
Thank you.
Point of inquiry.
It's been moved and seconded to call the question. That was Rajani Matiko.
I can spell that if you'd like. It's Mayatiko, like sciatica. Thank you, Ms. Purcell, for that one.
I believe there was a point of information. At which microphone? Okay, I guess there was not. Guys, please keep in mind there's bright lights in my face. I cannot see you.
Go ahead.
I cannot see your lips moving, so you need to say microphone 1 and your name and your state.
Microphone 2, Aaron Starr, California. Request for information. I'd like to understand or hear from the Credentials Committee chair as to why, whenever names are not included that were submitted before, I just want to understand the reasoning why they're being excluded. It helps me make my decision. So if the Credentials Committee chair, as a point of information, if I don't know if he's listening right now, but
Should I take this up there?
I'll ask because I think this is really debate and it's fine.
it's not debate. I'm just really trying to understand
Credentials
this.
Committee Chair? That's fine. Debate is in order. Why were the Washington delegates not included? Okay, are we in favor of calling the question?
Yes.
Are we? Okay, all those opposed?
No.
All right, we're calling the question. We're going to a vote. All those in favor? Let's see, is the language up? Let's get, there it is, it's highlighted. All those in favor of moving to amend the credentials list to accept the 14 names brought to the secretary in Washington. Vote yes.
Yes! Yes!
Stand up. Don't make me do this again. Stand up.
Stand up! Stand up! Stand up!
Madam Chair, microphone 4, point of personal privilege.
I'm in the middle of a vote.
Can't see the screen, ma'am.
Okay, everyone please be seated.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
All of those opposed, stand up. I'm doing a standing vote. We don't need the tellers voting yet, but thank you so much for offering your services preemptively, but I'm just going to do a standing vote. And I'm conferring with the people on the stage because they can also see. So that's what's going on. All right, I think we're going to be able to do this without a counted vote, but I'm going to ask you to sit down or do a standing vote one more time, and let's just roll with it. Okay, no tellers are counting, so don't worry about that. No tellers are counting. If you are in favor of this motion that's highlighted to add 14 names to the Washington delegation, stand up.
Stand up. Seat them all. 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 Seat them all.
Thank you. Please sit down. Yes, we are literally trying to read the room right now. All those opposed, please stand up.
Should we yell?
Sit down.
Does chanting help?
Stop.
All right, I think the yeses barely have it.
Mike 2, Zach Kellier, Idaho, request for parliamentary inquiry. Or parliamentary inquiry, yeah.
Yes.
So twice now, the procedure of appealing the ruling of the chair has been used to effectively convert what had been supermajority, like 2/3 or 7/8 votes, into simple majorities for motions on the floor. Is that procedure in order to generally cause things to be a simple majority where they had required something like a 7/8 majority?
It's in order to appeal and overturn the ruling of the chair. You can do it.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. I move to amend the Credentials Committee report by adding the following names of Oklahoma alternates who I note were previously submitted to the Credentials Committee. Kara Schultz, Beth Vest, Seth Levy, Anthony D'Orazio, Thomas Knapp, Ruth Bennett, Richard Longstreth, Michelle Lavoie, Heather Biederman, Jamie Van Alstyne, Aaron Mironov, Dana Carver, Angela Thornton, Donna Gundel-Krieg, and Frederick Hornt. I will deliver this list to the secretary now.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the credentials report to include Art DiBianca from Texas. Yes, he's approaching right now. To add members to the Oklahoma delegation. How many members was that again? My apologies.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes. Where are you? Name and microphone.
Microphone 1. Does this require a 7/8 vote?
Yes, it requires a 7/8 vote.
Thank you.
Microphone 2, I appeal the ruling of the chair. Pietro Geraci from New York.
Thank you, Pietro. Microphone 2.
Second.
Chair.
When you say my name, I need you to state what microphone you're at and state your name and state delegation.
Madam Chair, microphone 3, we are having difficulty out. It's Rex Lawhorn of Oklahoma.
Thank you.
I would make a point of order that we have already made specific amendments of people previously submitted to the credential allegations. Really, no credentials a majority vote, as we have previously already voted.
Mike broken.
Madam Chair, microphone 3 is having technical issues.
Clearly, yeah, that sounded strained and pained.
Microphone.
Okay, where's Rex Law?
Microphone 3B, point of information. Just as we're voting on this, could the Credentials Committee Chair explain the reasoning behind their rulings so we have better information on what we're voting on? I feel like I've not had any information on any of the last votes that we've been taking.
Thank you, sir. So the reason the Oklahoma out-of-state delegates were rejected by the Credentials Committee, because in their bylaws it says it has to be at convention.
Does
That
not.
list-
Does not.
You can argue with me, but I read what I read here. If you want my, okay, you can feel how you feel. I'm telling you exactly why.
I'm sorry, you have a point of order.
Sorry, I'm being forced up here.
All right. We got a whole bunch of people lined up at microphones. I was at mic 3. I'm going to go to mic 1. Or, what? Yeah, mic over here. Mic 2. Sorry.
Justin Carmen, New York. Ruth Bennett was added on the previous vote and is also on this one as well.
Please speak up a little bit.
Ruth Bennett was added on the previous motion and on this one as well.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Okay, I believe you are allowed to be on multiple lists, but you only get one vote.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay, so Pietro appealed my ruling. There's got to be a second.
Second!
All right, let's get back on track.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Oh, no, we need to go to a vote, guys.
Is it debatable?
No. Wait, just kidding. It is debatable. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We're debating the ruling of the chair. Where are you at? State your name and microphone.
Madam Chair, Mike 3, Aaron Adams, Oklahoma.
Thank you.
This delegate list was prior submitted. It was submitted and challenged, and at that time, our Judicial Committee ruled unanimously that the list was appropriate. Our ExCom ruled unanimously under another bylaw that the list was appropriate. So in this case, 7/8 would be inappropriate. The chair of the Credentials Committee also agreed to pre-credential, and I have it in writing if you would like me to submit that.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4, please state your name and delegation.
Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. This situation for Oklahoma is exactly the same as Washington State. The 7/8 issue is the same issue. It was appealed and the body overturned it. Would ask the chair to reconsider her ruling, and if not, we should vote down. If not, we should vote to overturn the ruling of the chair.
Mike 1.
Mike 1, state your name and delegation.
Rajani Mayatico, California. I move to call the question, please.
Thank you. Question's been called. Any objection?
I object, Madam Chair. Microphone 1.
Thank you.
Theodore Kozin, Pennsylvania.
I'm sorry, what?
Theodore Kozin, Pennsylvania. I object to the call to question.
Okay. All those in favor of calling the question? Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay. We're going to go to a vote. The ayes have it. All right, we're voting on the ruling of the chair. My ruling was that it takes 7/8 according to our bylaws, which you can look at. Should the ruling of the chair be upheld? So this is if you agree with my ruling, you're going to stand up. We're doing a standing vote. I don't want to count off. We're going to do a standing vote. You're going to take a moment. We do, because we're going to be compliant with our bylaws. And if we overturn that, it's you to do it, not me, because it's not my purview to rule our bylaws out of order. Okay, thank you. Yeses, please sit down. All right, I want the noes to stand. All right, please be seated. We're going to do a standing vote one more time, and we're going to hope that's it. Better a standing vote twice than a counted vote. All right, should the ruling of the chair be upheld? That is, yes, you agree, it's a 7/8 vote. All right, please be seated. Everyone's in their seats. Now, the noes, you do not like my ruling. You want to overturn it. The noes are standing up. Not a 7/8 vote.
There's two blue.
I hate to say it for the terms delegation, but they're only being procedural alternates and they're only short two pieces. So it's a minimal effect. It just doesn't pass. It's stupid. It doesn't pass.
We still want, we want everybody to see.
Yeah, we want everybody. Yeah.
All right. It's very close. Can I ask? Quiet down so we can move forward. Can I ask if there's anyone who has changed their vote on seating delegations over the last 3 votes? Because that's going to help me figure this out. Has anyone changed their vote on seating delegations?
No!
No, I don't need to hear you say no. If you say no, it doesn't help. I need to hear someone say yes. Is there anyone on this side of the room who has changed their vote on seating delegations?
Yes.
Anyone in that far corner who's changed their vote on seating delegations?
If you're standing now, put your head down.
Damn it.
Stand down.
All right, we're going to have to go to a counted vote because it's not voting consistently.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Where? Don't give me a
Microphone
point of order.
3,
Thank
Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma.
Thank you.
The change of vote is dilatory. The margin was such that the 10 people that said that they've changed their vote does not change the outcome of the exact same previous motion of vote that we've done.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone
It's not
1.
determined and it's not in order.
Point of order, microphone 1, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Over here. Other side.
Microphone 1, yes.
Could we potentially have the state chairs count the votes and just turn them into the teller team? I feel like it'd be a lot faster.
Okay,
No, it wouldn't. We've done that before.
All right.
It wouldn't.
So no more points of order because we're in the middle of a vote, so it's not in order.
Point of order. We voted.
All right.
Vote Republican if you want to. We need to stop acting like that.
Yes.
Please come to order. Okay, tellers, come on out, please. We're going to do a counted vote, and we're going to do it quickly. Okay, we're going to do a standing vote. All of those in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair, please stand.
You're voting yes, stand up.
All right, please stay in your seats or stay near your seats. The tellers are going to count you off.
Bill, we're gonna vote here in a second. No. Mostly making sure people don't the other people.
Huh?
I'm just mostly making sure.
I'm in line for that. No, I can stand up. When it's time, we're in the vote, right?
Yeah, we're gonna vote.
Will you hold my spot here?
Alrighty. Who said we have the button? All right, we're going to do a standing vote now for the nays. We are doing a standing vote for the nays.
Stand up, stand up, stand up. If you're not an asshole, please stand up.
It's hard to hear.
Even the Mises are confused.
Yes.
All right, so what's your question?
After the motion to break to 1:30 for lunch, essentially for lunch. 14.
31.
34.
Mr. Vice Chair, point of personal privilege. It's really hard to hear you when you're speaking, so if you could just speak a little louder, it would help us in the back.
Okay, thank you.
I saw it, no worries.
Is your point of order on the adoption?
It's dilatory.
Because it's the same rule, right? It's the same deal, the same everything. The president should be held to the line. I think all of us. The ruling of the chair has been on spending credentials. Well, I think it's the same rule. You don't want to look at it 3 times as dilatory. I don't care that much, but I think the argument is that each state submitted either opinions or I just want to get to
All right, the noes have it.
Madam Chair,
Microphone one.
Nope, you're going to wait a second. I'm not finished talking. Thank you. 436, no, yes, 387. I want you to understand the reason I'm counting these votes, and I know those of you who are winning the votes think that it's dilatory, but the numbers are changing, and it is difficult to see from up here because of the lighting and because of the spread of you. You're very evenly spread, and it is difficult to see. The right way to do it is for me to count the votes, because when you're going to be in a different position, you're going to want me to count the votes. So thank you for cooperating. We're going to do things above board, and no one's going to accuse anyone of cheating this time.
Madam Chair, microphone
Microphone
4,
one.
point of order.
Microphone one, point of order.
Madam Chair, I would like
What's your
the
name and state?
Theodore Cozen, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
I would like the chair of the Credentials Committee to restate the findings of the Oklahoma ruling because I believe it was misworded by the Oklahoma chair earlier.
Okay, so if the Credentials Committee Chair wouldn't mind, can you please restate any findings regarding the Oklahoma delegation? We are on Oklahoma right now.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just give me 1 second to pull up the relevant information here so it's in front of me, but I'm getting to that. Relax. You all know I got a big voice.
Once this is settled,
Credentials Chair is looking something up.
and I'm first in line if he's doing something else, and I'm second in line after point of order.
Madam Chair, microphone 4, point of order.
4, yes?
Jack Westbrook, delegate from Texas. I appreciate what the chair has to say about this not being dilatory. However, I disagree in that the fact is that as we add people to the delegation, as people are given buttons as they are credentialed, the number's increasing, and it's my opinion that they're likely, since they were voted in against the ruling of the chair, to continue 7/8. And I appreciate your position, but and your statement about it being you're trying to abide by the bylaws. I appreciate that. However, the room has pointed out on more than one occasion now that they're going to override your ruling, and I would appreciate it if you would go ahead and just accept the fact that that's the case, so it's not dilatory, so we can get on with the business of the day.
Madam Chair.
Microphone one.
Mr. Locke?
Microphone one, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason the Credentials Committee had rejected it by a vote for this was that under Article looks like 25, Section 5 of the LP Oklahoma bylaws, it states out-of-state delegates may be seated as delegates representing Oklahoma during the National Convention for unfilled seats with a majority vote of the duly elected national delegates and be removed any time there. During the National Convention. We are now during the National Convention. Before we gavelled in, we were not during the National Convention. That is why it was rejected.
Thank you. Microphone, we've
Microphone
two now.
to Aaron Starr, California. By the way, I'm going to apologize to the chair. I voted to overturn your ruling before. I shouldn't have. What I'm learning now, what I've learned in the last few minutes and from another conversation, is that we've got state affiliates who are, please.
Please speak up, Mr. Starr.
I'm being told that there are state affiliates that are bulldozing over their own bylaws to seat delegates in a way that their bylaws do not allow. And I was completely wrong to overturn your vote. If I had known that in the first place, I would have upheld your ruling, but I didn't understand your ruling at the time. So My apologies.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, Mr. Starr.
Microphone 1, please.
Microphone
one.
3.
Rajani Mayatiko, California. I move to call the previous question. I move to call the previous question. Rajani Mayatiko from California.
It's been moved and seconded to call the question. Any objections to calling the question?
That's fine.
Okay, I don't think I heard any objection. I think I heard someone pretend to make an objection. Okay, if there's no objection, we're going to go to a vote. Oh, wait. Ms. Mayatiko, can you clarify? You called all previous questions.
Absolutely not. I absolutely not. I said previous question, only the one question on Oklahoma.
Got it. Just clarify. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is just regarding the Oklahoma amendment. Question is called. We're going to go to a vote. All those in favor of adding, oh, our secretary is, yeah, okay.
Can we just do a comment?
Rajani Mayatiko from California. All those in favor of adding the Oklahoma delegates to the delegation, it's on the screen. Art DiBianca moved this. I'm sorry, Art, how many people were there? Just want to get it on the screen correctly. All those in favor of moving to add 15 delegates to the Oklahoma delegation, please stand.
And the Fed! And the Fed!
Please sit. All those opposed?
Having fun? Yeah.
That one's a clearly, like, oh, that delegate is clearly separate. Clearly, that should be a
Which one?
They're asking about because they had one delegate that screwed up. No, they screwed up. And it's just like, hey guys, forgive me, and I'll let you screw up. I don't know who it is. I just know that it is. It is quite literally a subject.
Yeah, I got to shake Tom's message here. So
Okay, go ahead and sit down. We're going to do one more standing vote. We're conferring on what it looks like, and I think I know what it looks like, but I'm getting opinions. All right, I need the yeses, the people who are in favor of seating the Oklahoma delegates, to stand up. Okay, have a seat, please. All those opposed to seating the Oklahoma delegates, please rise. All right, thank you. You can have a seat. The yeses have it.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
two.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 2.
Madam Chair. Microphone 4. Ryan Brown from North Carolina. I move to call all questions.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved to call all questions.
Seconded.
Are there any objections? Okay. We had an objection. Does everyone understand what call all questions means? Okay, that's fine.
Object!
Are you guys ready to adopt the credentials report?
No!
So call all questions mean we're going to...
Object to calling all the questions.
There you go. All right.
Point of
It would mean
information,
we were
Madam
going to
Chair.
adopt the report as amended.
Point of information, Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Yes, microphone 1.
There's no more challenges, correct?
I don't know that. There's a whole bunch of people standing at microphones.
Microphone 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois. There is one more delegate from Ohio. Point of information. There's one more delegate from Ohio.
Point of information.
It's not what's being discussed.
Point of information over here.
Yes. Please state your name and delegation.
Mimi Robson, California, the Ohio delegate. I've actually spoken to them, not to speak for them, but that would be something that would be adding with the 7/8. That's not an amendment to the credentials report. The question, I believe, was to call the question on the main motion for the credentials report as amended. That's just, maybe that was more of a statement than a point of information, but.
Was it?
Yeah,
I
but
think it was.
It was, and I know
I
that
think
that's.
I can handle it, but thank you, Ms. Robeson.
Well, you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Are we ready to call all? Okay. All those in favor of calling all questions and going to the report, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. The ayes have it. So we are going to go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting the credentials report as it is amended thus far, the way it sits right now, please stand. All right. This is easy to see. Thank you. The report is adopted.
Madam Chair, Josh Holofka, Chair for the Florida delegation.
Yes, Mr. Hlopka.
Looking at the schedule here, I do believe we have a speaker in about 10 minutes here for our lunch, so I'm moving the recess until 1:30 to accommodate lunch for our delegates.
It's been moved and seconded to recess for lunch until about 1:30. Is there any objection? Please don't. Hearing none. Going once, going twice. We are recessed for lunch until 1:30. Please return here at 1:30.
She said hearing none, and then you said it.
Yeah, oh yeah, I guess.
Fast. It's hard to think fast sometimes.
Can someone announce what the lunches are?
Chick-fil-A.
Can we leave our stuff?
I'm loving New Hampshire so far. This is where I'm supposed to be for sure in my life right now.
It does feel like there's
A couple weeks ago, I was on Smirconish, CNN host, on Sirius XM radio, and I was talking about the fact that I could cause a contingent election, that I could stop 270 and deny both Trump and Biden the win on election night. A few days after that, Donald Trump called up the governor of Nebraska and told him to get rid of the split electoral vote, which is the mechanism I'm going to use to cause this contingent election. Fortunately, that failed in this state house here in Lincoln, Nebraska. The next morning, on Aaron Burnett on CNN, interviewing with Andrew Yang, they were talking about how this election could come down to 269 votes to 269 votes, with just one or two electoral votes causing this contingent election. The last time this happened was 200 years ago when John Quincy Adams was elected by the House of Representatives to be the President of the United States. Larry Ellison was handing around donor packets with my name and my polling in it to Donald Trump's big donors. It's clear that they're watching my campaign, and I have them running scared. I need you to show up in Washington, D.C. We can cause this contingent election. We can deny both Trump and Biden the election on election night, but I need your help. I need you to show up in Washington, D.C. and elect me as the nominee for president for the Libertarian Party.
I'm Lars Mapseb, and I approve this message.
5-minute warning, everyone. Please find your seats. 5-minute warning. We're going to come back to order soon. If everyone could please find their seats. Please find your seats. We are past time to come to order. Please find your seats.
Okay. All four. Test.
Glad you like my name. Thank you.
Hey, Blay, how are you?
Sorry, I got so annoyed before. I was like really stressed.
Sorry.
And I was like
Sorry, I
sweating,
tripped over
and so
you didn't get annoyed, really.
I
You
did
took
get
it.
annoyed. I
Okay.
didn't say anything.
I know it. Totally fucking. My apologies. No, it's all right. No problem. I thought you took it very well, actually. So. Okay, yeah, so I think. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You heard me. David Hammock sucked. I gave him a lot of because he was more of an agenda thing. He was up. That's a good idea. Was one of the people I met on my first day in ACLP. Down to a Tuesday tournament, instead of signatures of Eli and a bunch of speed readers, were to booth with Emily.
So, you know where our chair is right now?
Somehow I'm still here.
No, Wisconsin chair. He's sitting with the Minnesota delegate, or the Minnesota delegate.
I exist on the pure spike. Like, caffeine, dude, it's 93 octane spice.
And so he's like, so I'm like, sorry. So he was like, who's doing the delegates? And he's like, I don't want to be a delegate because I'll be doing chairs. I'm like, well, let's be an alternate. And that way, if we have slots, you can fill it. That's what I want. And he's like, no. Okay. So next week,
Actually,
and next meeting with the Minnesota signed up.
We're going to unite the No, no matter when I fucking talk. The whole fucking point is to unite libertarians, asshole. Yeah, fuck them. But they're welcome in our talking. No,
I think we definitely did that. I think I added that last year, and they didn't go through with it.
Our platform is barbecue good. And we even took a fucking portobello.
We don't always fill our, so we had 4 out of 6. We had 20
Millwood Shipper Conference approved. If you like barbecue, you're welcome to a barbecue. Yeah. No, it was like 2 nights ago. There was a lot of shit faces. The guys from Tennessee and Georgia.
Okay.
I don't want to eat well-known libertarian.
Okay.
Twitter account. Fucking barbecue, dude. One of the three of us should be able to have a Twitter account. I have enough Twitter accounts.
I want the agenda to be done first, and that might be a while.
Yes.
But I want to be first up here.
It's going to be more credential challenge.
No, that's settled. I think.
I think sources have told the campaign no.
All right. I tried tapping it.
We're 5 hours in and nobody's let's acknowledge progress. You gotta wait till Saturday. So your life yeah, but I'm keeping my opinions and reality away from it. I'm just being stuck. Got it. But it does also mean you are not yes. I'm breaking my own rules. You're close to doing it. I don't normally do okay. You want to know how you know if I'm drunk reading a book? If I post a quote from somebody, I'm probably drunk. I just usually don't post an original thought when I'm drunk. I say to shit on the grass. When I wake up in the morning. Yeah, but I did put it up. So, one of the two posts today has been covered. And I also posted Pennsylvania. Okay. And I saw this guy, the national account has their YouTube. Yeah. That's a classic. I know. I ended up getting interviewed by Politico. So, that's it. And that's going to be okay. I got interviewed by Politico. Excuse me. I can mention for this yeah, they were like, so the Mises conference, huh? Like, yeah. And they're like, well, so there's been this split. And then they were like, yes, absolutely. Because everybody's regard is, here's the thing. I'd much rather my friends go harming everybody than not harming everybody. Yeah. Right. He's so annoying. He is rather annoying. He doesn't listen to me very well. Yeah, he's definitely one of those people where I'm like, I'm curious to hear what he has to say. Sometimes. And this is one of those times where I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? He has some dumb fucking takes. He does.
Let's get started.
We're ready.
This motherfucker. Tim Pool's kind of a retard. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by a lot. No, he's a terrible interviewer. I had no idea why he's so bad. Ian's the worst part. Yeah. Take this exactly the right way, Tim. This is like a really good I'm literally sitting there listening to this being like, holy fucking shit. Because unfortunately, I'm on the opposite side of the intelligence spectrum from him. He's like the opposite kind of autism. Yeah. He's just like,
Every time I watch his show, I fast forward him talking.
Yeah.
Anytime he starts talking, I'm scared.
That's fair. I'll listen to it on occasion, but I'm hearing the same fucking points. And I'm like, although he's the reason I'm here, I'm not getting too much shit. Because I heard Michael Tice on his show, and that was like right at the time where I was looking for political burnout. Like, yeah, he's got a lot of good. That's what got me into this. That's the only reason I ever watch it. Yeah. Yeah. Like I will listen to like Michael Dallas talk to people, Joe Rogan. Yeah. What is that falling down? Critical Drinker. Yeah, that's a good one. Falling Down is another movie I haven't seen in a long time and I need to rewatch. Yeah, the Critical Drinker bad review. I watched that one. You know what? Yeah. I have this meme on my phone. It's like of exactly that. It's like the older I get, the more I understand falling down. Yes. Like we've taken the Ron Swanson version of this convention. People work all night to make sure nothing gets done. You know what I was doing last night trying to get this thing fucking prepared? They told a room full of libertarians to be ungovernable, and boy did they.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, mic 2. Sorry for the volume.
We are coming back to order. We are trying to work through some bylaws issues.
Madam Chair, I call for the orders of the day.
We are orders of the day at 2 o'clock p.m. We are gavelled back.
Who puts that the whole way down there?
The next item on the agenda is adoption of agenda.
Madam Chair, Mike
Nope.
1.
Mike 1?
Pennsylvania would like to make a motion to add 3 alternate delegates onto the convention floor by 7/8 vote.
By 7/8 vote. 3
alternate delegates.
3 alternate delegates
Point of order,
to
Madam Chair.
Pennsylvania by 7/8 vote.
Point of order, that is not related to the agenda.
Okay, so we're on adoption of the agenda, so we would have to move to amend the agenda first, which is it's going to take 2/3.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
That's Theodore Cozen in Pennsylvania.
Correct.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to amend the agenda to entertain a motion to add 3, I'm sorry, was it alternates or delegates?
3 alternate delegates, and I believe there's several others that need to add on.
3 alternates and several others?
Several other states that need to add delegates, Madam Chair.
Got it. 3 alternates to Pennsylvania, and potentially other credentials motions are forthcoming.
Point of order, Cassandra Fryman, Ohio delegation. Cassandra Fryman, Ohio delegation.
Microphone 1, yes.
Okay, so I would like to add a delegate to the Ohio seating. It's a clerical error on my part entirely, and he should be credentialed and seated. It is my mistake entirely, and I need to rectify that.
I will address that right after Pennsylvania. Please hang tight.
Certainly. Fryman.
Are there any objections to adding 3 alternates in Pennsylvania?
I feel like the room's amenable to it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, point of information, we're at the motion to amend, correct?
Guys, when the parliamentarian is talking to me, please wait just a moment, because now I don't know what he said.
Yes.
Okay. There is an objection to amending the agenda. It takes 2/3 to amend the agenda so that we can consider the Pennsylvania alternates. And at that point, it takes 7/8. Do we have?
Madam Chair, can I amend my motion to suspend the rules to add the delegates? Because we have not voted on the agenda yet.
Okay, you're correct. Okay, we need an update from credentials to know what 7/8 is. Okay. This will be fun. It requires 7/8 of the convention to approve adding these 3 individuals. And we need to know their names. Mr. Kosin, what are their names?
So my formal motion is I move to amend the credentials report to add Eli Platt, Dustin Tepper, and Jared Minnie to the Pennsylvania as alternate delegates.
Thank you.
You want me to run them up to you?
Okay. Is there any further discussion on this? Okay, great. All in favor of adding them, please stand up. Well, I said we had to suspend the rules, and I got 2 different opinions on that. So we need 2/3.
Point of parliamentary procedure. He made a single motion to both suspend the rules and do the thing, which would then mean that all would need a 7/8 because a suspension of rules needs a 2/3. But if you made the single motion, it's the higher vote threshold.
Okay. All in favor of adding 3 alternates to Pennsylvania, stand up. This requires 7/8. Thank you. Okay. It requires 7/8. Are we all comfortable with that? Okay, sit down. Thank you. Sit down. All those opposed, I swear I will. All right, the ayes have it. 3 individuals added.
Madam Chair, microphone 2. I have a point of personal privilege.
Are we back to Cassandra Fryman in Ohio? Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. If I could make a motion to add Derek Rethman to the Ohio delegation proper per his credentials and my clerical error.
You want me to do it? You want to do it?
Is there a second?
Second.
You're not allowed.
Is there any objection?
You can't suspend the bylaws.
There's no objection.
I just want to say that I'm proud of this
Hearing
convention.
no objection, Derek is added.
Madam Chair.
Microphone
Mic 3.
Microphone 3.
Trisha Butler, Missouri.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to add Ariel Shack, who is currently a New Jersey alternate, to Missouri as a delegate. Please.
A motion to add Ariel Shack to the Missouri delegation, and she is from New Jersey. Did I get that right? I think so. Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Fantastic. Do we have any objection? We have a question, but we don't have an objection yet. Is it a point of parliamentary inquiry? Is it a
Yes.
request for information?
Yes, are we voting to remove her as an alternate and from New Jersey and add her as a delegate from? Thank you.
We are voting to remove her as an alternate from New Jersey and add her as a delegate in Missouri. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Okay. There we go. There's your information. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, she is added.
Microphone 2, point of personal privilege.
Microphone 2, please state your name.
Alicia Purcell, delegate from California.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to say, first of all, I'm not a member of any caucus faction in here. Go ahead, have at it. But I spent my time over lunch wringing my hands over what to do with what happened this morning. It matters if we follow our rules. This is our presidential convention. We don't want lawsuits against whoever is nominated coming out of this. And I had trouble, I'm a parliamentarian, I had trouble knowing how to vote on the questions this morning. Part of it was lack of information. Part of it was there are rules in the states that I don't have in front of me to decide whether the people being added are in violation of their bylaws. And if it's in violation of the state bylaws, it's in violation of our bylaws because Article 10.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Mic 4.
Over here.
Mic 4. The speaker is engaging in giving opinions and debate, not making a motion. We need a motion. We do not need opinions and debate.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm intentionally not going to make a point of order because I don't want this convention to devolve into chaos. But it needs to be said, guys. If we just vote emotionally, we can hamstring the party. And I think we need to realize that it's important that we get information before we just emotionally make these decisions on who's choosing our candidates. So do with it what you wish. It has to be said. And there you go.
Ms. Mattson, did you make a particular point of order? Everyone is talking over you, so it's difficult to understand what your concern is.
I get it. I think what some of the things we did earlier, not all of them, and I'm not going to delineate every one. I think some of the things we did earlier were probably violations of our bylaws, but the delegates in this room don't have enough information to connect the dots.
Okay.
And so I'm not making a point of order.
Okay.
I just want to remind us how important it is. If we don't follow our rules, we don't want to get tied up in litigation forever. So let's be meticulous about it.
Okay, thank you. Next at the mic.
Gail Lightfoot, California. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Lightfoot.
Okay. I think we should trust our states to give us proper information. I don't think the bylaws spell out that the Credentials Committee is supposed to check on the state's bylaws, and we should trust them to give us proper ones and proceed from there.
That is not a point of order. I appreciate it, but let's keep moving.
Madam Chair.
Where?
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Ken Molman, Kentucky delegate. I call for orders of the day.
Thank you.
All right, we're on the agenda.
Madam Chair. Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
TJ Ferrer from California.
Thank you.
Speaking of orders of the day and agendas, there are a number of questions out here about the vice presidential tokens and when they are due.
The vice presidential tokens are due at 5 p.m. Please place them in the box, past the tellers, past that far screen on that side of the screen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, orders of the day. Adoption of agenda. Is there anyone making a motion regarding the agenda? Mr. Redpath?
Madam Chair? Yes. I would like to move to make the presidential debate part of convention business and to include Mike Termott as a sixth participant in that debate. That is my motion.
I'll second that.
If I may, to be specific, I would say tomorrow morning for the presidential debate. If you need a time on the motion, Madam Chair.
Let me workshop this with you to make sure that I have it down in a precise manner. What you want is tomorrow morning, the presidential debate, to be the first order of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Followed by nominations?
Correct. Followed the debate to include Mike Termott as a sixth participant, and followed by nominations and voting.
And then after that?
Followed by orders of the day. The debate tomorrow morning, including Termott, followed by orders of the day.
By orders of the day. So we are not moving up vice presidential elections. We are not changing. Are we just bumping everything else backwards behind the
That would be my motion.
Got it.
Request for information, Madam Chair, Mike 2.
Okay.
Request for information, Mike 2.
Mike 2, yes. Ardivianca, Texas.
Thank you. Is it the intention of the mover to place a time limit on the presidential debate?
Is it the intention of the mover to place a time limit on the debate? If I could weigh in, I would recommend no more than 1 hour.
I would say 2 hours, ma'am. 90 minutes. 90 minutes would be sufficient, I think.
That's fair, and I appreciate it.
So I would move it, I guess, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
No.
Microphone 1.
I have a motion to amend the amendment. If I understand what he's doing, he's wanting a time certain for the debate to include the presidential candidates, or including Mr. Termott. Sorry. If I understand it correctly, he's making a motion to amend the order of business in the convention rules to add, as part of the business at the opening of the meeting tomorrow, the presidential debate, which would include Mr. Termott. My amendment, and then he says for orders of the day after that. My amendment is that the agenda that I'm proposing would be that we do, in this order, Treasurer's Report, Audit Committee Report. I'm proposing to put a time limit of 10 minutes on both of those reports. Election of party officers and at-large members of the National Committee, nominations of party candidates for presidential and vice president, Bylaws and Rules Committee Report, Platform Committee Report, resolutions, then other business, with the caveat that there will be the debate that he's requesting at the time certain, but that would not change the order. Therefore, we would go to elections of party officers prior to presidential elections, and that is my motion.
Hang tight, please. Okay, guys, it's so wordy. We need you to submit these in advance.
I have it submitted in advance. I didn't know he was making his motion.
Where
I
is it
can insert
submitted?
it. I can bring it up to her right
Okay.
this second.
I would love that, and I want everybody to know for future reference, holding it submitting it in advance means bring it up before you go to the microphone, and it's helping, and I have been the one trying to facilitate this the hardest, so please don't take that as pushback. I want it to be smooth.
But that is my motion. I'm bringing it up, so it's my motion.
Okay. Hang tight, everyone, while I try to make sure that I have this written down the right way so we don't have to, because we're one amendment deep now. I'm not recommending you go one more amendment, but I'm letting you know where we're at. We're 2 in, my apologies, not 1. We're 2 amendments deep.
Mine is much simpler. 10 p.m. We're actually story. Story behind that. My mother named me the salute o'clock. It was very important to her to find somebody with a short thing. They did it. It's a factor. Like 5 letters. All right. I think I want to. Well, I think that bylaws need to come before office election because bylaws often change the composition. They go into effect immediately unless the advisor says otherwise. Thank you very much. I can't. I think I can only go too deep, but I can bring up the objection and I can say, if this were to be voted down,
Microphone 2.
I don't know.
Madam Chair. Microphone 2.
Oh, I think it was supposed to be 5 p.m. Amending it by replacing it.
It doesn't matter.
Please stand at ease just for a couple of minutes.
What do you mean amended?
I'm intending to do all of
Are you involved in this?
There's a lot of people involved.
There's a lot of people involved.
He was going to make the motion. We actually kind of
Well, it all
organically
depends on who gets recognized first. I don't know as well as my wife does.
Yeah, actually, he has a slightly different
similar motion with 43 co-sponsors. Yeah, that's why I married her. Man. I always had a thing for smart women. When I was in high school, it was like the
Take your names
valedictorian.
down.
That's my aim.
Left to right here.
No, I'm a libertarian. You can't know who I am. So wait. Not yet. But I have an issue with me.
I didn't think I was going to get what they were talking about. Yeah. Well, and I guess that like they lost track at some point.
I have a problem with doing it.
Yeah, because they used to not. They used to. There were previous conventions where, yeah, you just have the delegate written. But I can think this is actually a more secure.
I've heard mixed opinions on it. You know,
Because, well,
it's the same.
I mean, because at least now they have to have proof that the alternates are not voting with the Nazis.
Right, sure. Yeah, to me, it's really whatever. You know, we could have done wristbands.
Guys, we're trying to sort out this amendment.
Buttons are good. I think we have to vote on this thing first.
No, Politico's already got a copy of it.
Yeah, so hopefully they can report this is successful. And hopefully we can at least, even if it fails, we at least have 50%. No agenda was
What kind of order we
prior to being done. We're going to win. So here's the thing. So
I mean, somebody could, but I don't think.
I actually do. So I signed on this, but
I don't think it goes into it. It goes to the morning. Is James on board with that? No, she felt like there was no solution to the offer. She didn't want to bring it into just throw a bomb without any solution.
Okay. There's been a little bit of confusion about Ms. Robeson's amendment. I think I understand it.
And who gets to vote?
And Mr. Hall? No. Mr. Redpath, my apologies. Please let me know if this is messing you up, because we're trying to get coordinated here. Ms. Robeson wants to amend the agenda to go in the following order. Treasurer's report, 10 minutes. Audit committee report, 10 minutes. Followed by election of party officers and at-large members of the National Committee. There's no time certain for that. Followed by nomination of party candidates for president and vice president. There's no time certain for that. Followed by bylaws and rules committee report, no time certain. Followed by platform, no time certain. Followed by resolutions, followed by other business, no time certain. At tomorrow morning from 9 to 10:30 a.m., time certain, we want to put our presidential debate. So now the question is, I think that our secretary is trying to understand, what do we put? How do we actually order this written down? I think I understand it perfectly. Okay. So I'm going to anticipate that we're going to run through elections through the end of the day, and then we're going to start tomorrow morning with the debate. Let's do that. Does that work?
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Got it.
I'm much more concerned that when I go to the county here, it's like, oh, Libertarian, we're the Trump. It'll be 10 years to talk about it.
No, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it.
We're libertarians. That's what we do.
Point of information.
So our motion is this.
Point of information. Microphone 4.
Where? Microphone 4?
Microphone 4. Point of information.
Yes, please.
Is it the intent there that we would nominate the POTUS before POTUS? Can we make sure it's clear that the order is POTUS and then the POTUS?
Okay. Okay, so the issue has been raised that Mr. Redpath's motion is a special order and Ms. Robeson's motion is an agenda amendment, and that they're not the same, and that they should be voted on separately. Thoughts?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Microphone, Mike 4. Please state your name.
If Mr. Arthur DiBianca from Texas, if I don't believe Mr. Redpath's motion was seconded, and if he would be willing to withdraw it for the time being,
Fantastic.
we could vote on adopting an agenda, because we do not have an agenda at the current
Beautiful.
time. After it, or in the process of adopting that agenda, perhaps Mr. Redpath could move to amend it to add his presidential debate.
I think we should do that.
And that's fine. And can I
Request
just
for
then
information?
clarify my motion? My motion then.
I know exactly what your motion is.
So my motion is that order of business, period, though.
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
And you can argue it.
Okay.
Point of inquiry?
Yes.
Request
Uh,
for
Did my motion not get a second? I thought it got a second.
All right. How about we vote on that real quick, and then we vote on Ms. Robeson's motion real quick.
Madam Chair, I have a point of order. Microphone 2.
Madam,
Point of order, microphone 2.
Yes, Andrew Chatterton, delegate from Michigan. My point of order is regarding business earlier today. Per the national bylaws, Article 10, Section 4E, there is a 7/8 vote required to seat delegates and alternates that are not entitled to be seated, to be registered. As such, the submission of the delegations from Oklahoma and Washington are in violation of the bylaws.
Point of order, Madam
and are
Chair.
Continuing nature.
Point of order, Mike 4. This motion
And
is
excuse
dilatory,
me,
Madam Chair.
I was recognized.
Mr. Chatterton has had about 25 bites at the apple now. This motion is dilatory.
As these points are violations of the bylaws and they are continuing nature, the delegations from Oklahoma and Washington, the additions that were made to them, are in violation of the bylaws and should be ruled null and void.
You have a privilege motion?
Mr. Chatterton, I think we need to come back to your point of order after we dispose of this motion. Please hang around.
Thank you.
Madam
All
Chair.
right. Now, Mr. Redpath
Microphone 1.
had a motion, and it did have a second. And it was essentially to get our debate, presidential debate, happening from 9:30 to 10 tomorrow. I want to do this quickly and painlessly, and it was to include Mike Termont. Let's do it as painlessly as possible. It's not technically in order. I'm going to quickly rule it out of order. You're going to quickly rule the way you're going to do what you're going to do, and we're going to move forward, right? Because I have to follow the bylaws, and we need to kind of get this happening, right? So, Mr. Redpath's motion is out of order, and you? And do you have a second? And do we need to debate it? No. And can you stand up real quick?
She's trying to pull us over.
You're all appealing my ruling. I'm sorry I'm doing this backwards, but it's the fastest way. You all hate my ruling, and you want to see this debate happen. Is that correct? Okay, fantastic. Sit down. Thank you. I apologize I did this in reverse. Those of you who are like, no, I just, no. We got to make it go slow. Stand up real quick.
Madam Chair, Mike
Beautiful.
4.
Thank you. Okay, the appeal is, my ruling is overturned, and so his motion is in order. So now we're going to go back to that motion, and we're going to vote on it. All of those in favor of Mr. Redpath's motion, which is to stick our presidential debate tomorrow morning, time certain from 9 to 10:30, and to include Mr. Mike Termont, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? I apologize, but the ayes have it, and the motion passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Mike, what?
Mike 4, Arthur DiBianco from Texas.
Yes, Art.
My understanding is that we are now on Ms. Robeson's motion. Is that correct?
That's correct, and then we're going to Mr. Chatterton.
I call the question.
Madam Chair, I wanted to debate this. I've asked this to be recognized before. I want to debate the Robson motion.
You wanted to?
I want to debate the Robson motion. It's got some flaws.
Okay, so there's objection to calling the question?
It's got some flaws I'd like to point out.
Okay. There's objection. Well, we need to discuss. We have a delegate concerned that there are some flaws in it.
Yep.
Considering that there have been some other issues with business, I think it would be in order to debate this. Do we have any objections to calling the question? Any additional ones? Okay. Are we going to call the question and move forward without considering any more bylaws violations, since it's a problem? All those opposed to calling the question so that we can discuss this and make sure we're doing things properly? You want to call the question, say aye. If you don't want to call the question, say nay. Aye?
Aye.
Nay? Thank you. The nays have it. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, if you
I am not convinced that was a two-thirds in, I'm not convinced there was not two-thirds in favor, Madam Chair.
you know, this might be quicker if I just get the debate.
It'll take longer to figure that out than to just let them have their
I'm
say.
sorry. You think that it needed to be two-thirds?
I believe there were two-thirds in favor, Madam Chair.
Exactly. Exactly. Just let Aaron have his say. We move on. We vote. We get the same result.
Calling the question was by Arthur DiBianca, Texas.
It was not two-thirds. We are on debate. Mr. Starr is discussing.
Thank you. Aaron Starr, California delegate. There's a reason why we have our agenda in the order that it's in. So you want bylaws always to be before officer elections because your bylaws, if they change, can change the composition of your officers and your office holders. So that's why you've got to do bylaws before you do office holders. Can everyone hear me? All right, I'm going to speak up again. Is this better? Can you hear me? Okay. So the reason why you do bylaws before you do officer elections is because your bylaws could change the composition of the LNC. And I think there might even be one proposal to do that. Now, typically, bylaws go into effect immediately unless there's a proviso that states otherwise. So this is the reason why you want to do bylaws before the office elections. The reason why you want to do the platform before nominations for president and vice president is that that's their contract with us. You don't elect somebody to represent you and then later on say, oh, by the way, and this is what you stand for. They are running on our platform. So we got to actually define our platform first, refine it to whatever we want it to be, and then if those candidates still want to run under that platform, then you have that. So that's why I'm opposed to the Robson motion. I hope you'll vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone. Okay, we got Mr. Chatterton, who has his point of order, I assume. We have Mr. Brown from Texas. Ted Brown.
Yes, Madam Chair, Ted Brown from Texas. I want to speak in favor of the Robson proposal. I think it's mostly on practical grounds. We just don't have enough time to do business, especially with adding this presidential debate tomorrow. We barely have any floor time to consider our elections, let alone the bylaws and platforms. So we definitely need to adopt this so we can go forward and elect the people that we need to elect.
Thank you. Microphone 3. Nothing? Microphone 4?
Microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
Rajani Mayatiko from California. I move to call the question.
Okay. Question's been called. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. Any objection? We've already heard the argument. Okay. Hearing no objection, the question is called, and we're going to go to a vote. So now Mr. Redpath's motion already passed. So this is the order of business, notwithstanding that special order, if that makes sense, and I hope it does. All in favor of approving this agenda? It requires 2/3. All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. That was 2/3. Now,
Point of information.
Mr. Chatterton has been waiting, so we're going to go back to Mr. Chatterton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated earlier, I'm raising a point of order that regarding the business conducted earlier today. Per national bylaws, Article 10, Section 4E, there's a 7/8 vote required to seat delegates and alternates that are not entitled to be registered. As such, the submission of the delegation from Oklahoma and Washington are in violation of the bylaws. The amendments adopted to the delegations of Oklahoma and Washington are in violation of the bylaws, and this is a violation of a continuing nature. Therefore, those actions must be ruled null and void.
No.
No. All right. We're going to take a second, and I'm going to discuss it.
Nope.
And what I'm going to do when I come back is however I rule, I'm going to offer you a solution so that we don't descend into chaos, because that is a very bad thing, and we need to move through business. So I'm not coming back to say you're all screwed. We're going to have a solution one way or the other.
But I want both.
Yeah, what's going on? I didn't use it like.
I don't care.
Where is, yeah, actually.
Single P right now.
No, I didn't, but I just, like, debating this and I'm like, sure, here, so I have put that information on So I understand this. They were very solid, so she said that's fine.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Good, good. Okay.
A woman in California. Look for a woman with blue hair. I thought she was California, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway.
That's why I'm trying to it may, if it's right. Yeah.
As requested earlier.
I was better with it 2 weeks ago. Is he gonna have it? Hey, Ollie, what's up, buddy?
What's up? Oh yeah,
What, it's just me. I mean, I can't.
you're going to speak on this. That's fine.
Me?
I missed about the opportunity.
All right,
That's a really.
come back to order. We're going to get a little more information. I'm requesting more information from our Credentials Committee. Here's my concern. Someone has suggested that we are in a continuing breach of our bylaws because we had chair appealings ruled, chair rulings overturned in violation of our bylaws. That I should not have ruled on whether or not it was 7/8. I should have ruled that it was just completely out of order at that time. It's a little convoluted. My concern is that if we don't handle this appropriately, then our presidential elections and potentially, obviously other elections are going to be contested. Now, whatever happens, I believe...
Parliamentary inquiry.
No, you can wait. Whatever happens, I believe that a bylaws amendment would fix it. So I'm not going to tell everybody to pound sand. We're going to figure it out. But we're going to hear from our Credentials Chair on why he ruled specifically Washington and Oklahoma as ineligible.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So the reason that Washington and Oklahoma were both ruled ineligible initially was, once again, in their bylaws, they have it very stated that either during or at convention. Now, those wording is fairly clear, and it would seem to be very unanimous across the Credentials Committee that at convention or during convention was after the gavel in and call to order. So in those bylaws there, that was allowable once we came to convention. This is why the Credentials Committee ruled both of those delegate lists ineligible. Now we are at convention, and all of this can happen. So this is why it was ruled ineligible. Everything happened before convention, before during convention, before at convention.
Point of order.
Where?
Or parliamentary inquiry, actually. Microphone 3, Ken Molman, Kentucky.
Thank you.
Is this debatable? Are we in debate?
We're not in debate.
Okay.
I'm trying to rule on a point of order that's going to have some serious ramifications one way or the other. Or maybe
Microphone
both ways.
4, Madam Chair.
Microphone 4.
Billy Pierce, delegate from Texas. I'd just like to point out that they were not unanimous. Those votes were not unanimous amongst the committee.
Okay, but the committee did reach a decision.
Just correcting the record of the
Sure.
chair that
Thank
it was not unanimous.
It was not.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Microphone 4. State your name.
Arthur DiBianca from
Thank you.
Texas. What is the parliamentarian's opinion about this question?
I'm the one presiding. I've consulted with the parliamentarian and 2 other parliamentarians.
Point of information, microphone 1.
Microphone 1, yes.
Starchild, delegate from California. This is an unrelated matter, but it is somewhat time sensitive, so I'd like to ask it now. Regarding the submission of tokens for platform plank deletion, I'm curious how none of
not
the
in order
above,
right now.
how
I'm
none
so
of the above
sorry.
votes would be handled.
not in order right now.
When could I be recognized to ask that question?
Not right now. Not in the middle of serious business. Please wait.
Point of information, Madam Chair, microphone 2.
No last name. That is his legal name. Are you sure?
Starchild is Starchild? That Starchild is Starchild.
No, that's fine. I just wondered. Okay.
Did I fall into that?
Okay. Oh, they had additional. I'm going to suggest a solution. I wonder how long that's been and how many media pictures I had my flight on. At least one. Starchild was very adamant. He was on the SEC of that. Starchild. Other than Mr. Starchild.
Madam,
All right.
Madam Chair?
We've got a potential solution for this.
Madam Chair, I would also like to introduce a possible solution.
Okay. Before I rule, we'll hear Mr. Starr's potential solution to this point of order.
Okay, so if you were to rule that that point of order is in order, what I would do at that point is I would propose a bylaw change. So we can fix this and do things legitimately without legal challenge. Right now, it takes a 7/8 vote of the convention to approve additional delegates and alternates during the convention. I would propose to change that language to 2/3. That way we can have the possibility here of seating more people. We can be in compliance with our bylaws. We won't have people challenging our presidential and vice presidential nominees later on down the road for being invalid actions of a body that wasn't properly formed. So if you were to rule this way, that is the motion that I would propose. Oh,
All right.
Well,
no, that's okay.
Mr. Chatterton's point is unfortunately well taken. Can we fix it quickly?
Yes.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I can make that motion.
I appeal the
Peter
ruling
River-
of the chair.
It's not appealable, and I'm not going to entertain an appeal, but I'm going to entertain
All
a
rulings
really
of the
quick
chair are
solution.
appealable. I will put it to the body myself if you do not allow this appeal.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion
That's
to suspend.
that's in order, but he's right in the middle of it.
I'd like to
Madam
make
Chair.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to change bylaw Article 10, Section 4E, replacing 7/8 with 2/3. So it would then read, by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention. If we do that, we can solve all these issues. Is there a second?
Okay.
Yeah, we're just to revote on those. Let's- we got two-
Request for information for.
Number 4?
Yeah, this is Scott Lieberman, California. Is Mr. Starr's proposed bylaw amendment only valid for this convention
Yes.
or all future?
My understanding is it's just for this convention.
Actually, no. I've made it for an ongoing change.
For an ongoing
if a future convention wants to change it back, they can.
Okay.
They certainly can. But my motion is to just change from 7/8 to 2/3. If we can get this done, then I think we've got 2/3 in the room that are willing to reseat these people, and we'd be in good shape.
Request for information, microphone
Point
2.
of order, Madam Chair. Peter Everett, Massachusetts delegate, microphone 4.
I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes, too.
Microphone 4?
Yes. Peter
Okay.
Everett,
But it's about...
Massachusetts delegate.
Yes.
Entertaining bylaws changes at this time is out of order.
It would require an amendment to the agenda. It would take 2/3.
Mr. Chatterton's motion is also out of
It's
order.
not a motion. It was a point of order.
His point of order is incorrect.
I disagree. I hated it, and it sucked, and I thought that it was also in order.
Cool.
And
I'd like to
it's
challenge the
my-
ruling of the chair on that.
And I'm not going to entertain a challenge to my ruling, but I am going to entertain and that's within my right. But I did say that I would present a solution, which is exactly what I'm doing, so that we do it
I would
according to the
appeal
bylaws,
the ruling of
and
the
we
chair.
don't have any issue with our presidential election.
So Madam Chair, is my motion on the floor to be voted on?
Can you speak up just a little, Mr. Starr?
Is my motion on the floor to be voted on at this time?
It needs a second. All right.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Yes, please, thank you. So I agree with his motion, but I think a lot of this is arising because of confusion over what happened this morning. We were
Yes.
kind of like stand up, sit down, majority, simple majority,
Yes.
2/3. So is what happened this morning that 7/8 approved the addition of these delegates, you made that ruling, somebody appealed the ruling, and then that appeal only required a simple majority. Is that what happened? Or were the delegates elected by simple majority?
The delegates, my ruling was that it took 7/8
Right.
on specifically Washington and Oklahoma.
Right.
And my ruling was appealed and overturned. And a point of order has been raised that we are in continuing breach of our bylaws, that my ruling should not have been on 7/8. It should have been on whether or not they were eligible at all, and they remained ineligible. They were not pre-credentialed, even though that is not a term we should technically be using, like Michigan. They were never presented and stricken. They did not qualify according to their own state bylaws.
Right, but to add them according to the LNC convention bylaws
Correct.
is 7/8
It
vote.
would have taken 7/8.
So that wasn't technically your ruling, that was the bylaws said 7/8. So
Yes.
that would have taken a 2/3 majority to overturn, yes? To change the bylaws.
It would take only 2/3 to change bylaws, not 7/8, like it would take to add Oklahoma and Washington delegates.
Right, but it wouldn't have been a simple majority to overrule
Right.
your ruling. It would have taken a 2/3
It would take
majority
it takes
to
2/3
change the
to amend
bylaws.
the bylaws.
Okay, that's where I think we're running into some confusion here.
Got it.
And then this gentleman's motion over here to change the bylaws to 2/3, is that retroactive to this morning, or do we have to do that all over again?
Well, I think it would be probably easy to pass right now if it was retroactive.
I agree, but that's why I'm asking.
Yes, that's a very good question.
That would be fine.
Microphone
Madam
3.
Chair.
Point of order.
Well, hold on.
Microphone
Let's hear
3.
from Mr. Starr, not talk all at once.
Well, normally, bylaw changes are prospective. You don't usually adopt a bylaw change to change the past.
Okay.
So
So it's not retroactive.
it's not retroactive. But here's how I understand how events have unfolded so far. What I understand right now is that currently we've got this situation where you're finding that some delegates that were seated were not eligible at the time.
Correct.
And that's an ongoing bylaw violation, and that's something that really can't be overturned by this body. However, this bylaw change can help clean this all up.
Yes.
And that's why I'm hoping that we'll have 2/3 of the folks here willing to vote for this so that we can move on and then go through the votes of actually seating these
And
people
then we
properly.
can
Madam
try
Chair.
to seat
Point of
them.
order.
Madam Chair, Mike
Point of
Ford.
order, microphone
Okay,
2.
so let's all settle down so I can call on you one at a time. So my understanding, Mr. Starr, I want to make sure I understand you correctly, is that It's not retroactive, but it does lower the threshold all the way from 7/8 to 2/3.
Oh, yeah.
Then we could quickly try to add in those delegates again, only by 2/3, which I should be able to do with a quick stand-up, sit-down, or voice vote. We should not need to count that off. And then we're one and done and on our way, and no one is going to raise continuing breach of bylaws again.
Madam Chair, Mike
Point
4.
of order.
Okay, you got to say what microphone you're at. or
Microphone
Four.
2, point of order.
where- Okay, Mike 2.
Dean Ahmed from Maryland. You cannot, when there is a high threshold for something to be done, and changing the bylaws is a lower threshold, you can't change that bylaw with the lower threshold. You have to use
That's
the
not
higher
true.
one.
That's not
This
true.
issue has come up repeatedly at these conventions in the past with regard to changing the statement of principles. It has always been defeated, as it should
Yep.
be, that you can't change the 7/8 rule for statement of principles by a 2/3 bylaw change.
That's just not true. We actually changed the bylaws because
Madam
of
Chair,
that law.
Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Mike 4.
Madam Chair, Mike 4. Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Yes.
Folks, this is a trap. Vote no.
Okay.
So
I have
Microphone
another
3.
point of order on Mike 4.
Microphone, okay.
Number 1.
Mike 1, you have a point of order? So you had your hand up first.
So I just wanted to gently correct Mr. Dean Ahmad that what he's talking about is violations of rules. This is a change in the bylaws. So you can change bylaws with a 2/3 threshold, even in some cases where it would normally require, if the bylaw was in place, a higher threshold. That's why in some cases in our bylaws, we specifically state that it requires a higher threshold than 2/3.
Thank you. Microphone, was it 3 or 4? Someone had a point of order.
4.
4. Go right ahead.
It is my understanding, here, let me step back. This, Mr. Chatterton's thing, is actually a motion to reconsider, and it has to be moved by somebody from the winning side, and Mr. Chatterton was on the losing side.
Yep.
I disagree, and it's not, and I discussed it for the entire lunch period with people other than Mr. Chatterton.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Where at?
Microphone 3, Kentucky, Ken Molman.
Thank you.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair, when do we come to a vote on my vote to suspend the rules to do this?
I would like to come to a vote soon, if we can vote and pass this bylaws amendment quickly and dispose of it.
I'm appealing the ruling of the chair that this is not a reconsideration.
I'm not going to entertain it because we're regarding a breach of ongoing bylaws. I've already
It's not your determination, Madam Chair. It is this body's convention. It's not yours.
All right. Mr. Starr, are you ready to go to a vote? Are we ready to go to a vote on this
Thank you.
bylaws amendment?
Hey, point of information.
Microphone 4.
Speak up. Speak more clearly, please.
Remove the chair, I think. Microphone number 2, please.
Microphone number 2.
Yes, if we really wanted to do this right for Aaron Starr, move that number instead of 2/3, move it to majority, move it to 50%. Right? And then that would read the room. That would also get the feel of what we've got going here. It should be 50%, not 66. This is an attempt to override what we did earlier tonight. That is all this is, because you can't get 50 plus
That's a
1.
motion
Move
to
it,
amend.
Aaron Starr's to 50 plus 1, and we'll vote for it.
Request for information, microphone 3.
Okay. Request for information, microphone 3.
So is Mr. Craig's statement here, is that a motion to amend the item we're currently voting on to change 2/3 to majority?
It wasn't phrased that way, but he made a suggestion.
Madam Chair?
Can you ask Mr. Craig if he wants to do that right now?
Mr. Craig, were you trying to make an amendment? And please consider this, well,
I would like a friendly amendment instead of being 2/3 to be 50% or majority rules.
Okay,
So-
it's been
So, Madam Chair.
moved to amend Mr. Starr. Okay, but it would need a second.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. Point of
Point of
Point
order.
of
Mike
order,
Four.
Madam Chair. Mike 4, point of order.
hang tight. We're going to jump to this point of order. Then we're going to jump to that point of order, and then we're going to mention the motion. Yes, Mr. Starr.
So actually, Madam Chair, I don't have a point of order, but I want to bring up a different solution that maybe makes everybody happy, because majority doesn't work.
Good to meet you, Scotty.
Here's what we can
Arthur
do.
DiBianca.
We can combine my motion to suspend the rules, to change the bylaws to 2/3, and with that same 2/3 vote, agree to seat the delegates that we tried to seat this morning. That way, the only way this bylaw can change is if at the same time you're seating these delegates.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Mike 4.
But you need a 2/3 vote anyway to adopt the bylaw change.
Microphone 4, point of order.
Yes, Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Mr. Starr made a motion to suspend the rules. We never voted to suspend the rules.
Well, it was to suspend the rules to consider a particular bylaws
That's
amendment.
correct.
It
We
was
would
all-
need to get a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules and bring it up, and then we would need a 2/3 vote to pass it. We never took the first vote.
I believe he rolled it all into one.
Right. It's all,
That was my understanding.
That is not what it says on the screen.
Point.
Yes.
That's correct.
It was to suspend the rules and adopt the following bylaws change.
Correct. It is just simply to suspend the rules, adopt this change. I'd like to, at the same time, agree that with this 2/3 vote, we're going to seat all the people that are in question.
Okay.
Parliamentary inquiry,
So
Madam
there's
Chair.
been an amendment made to change it from 2/3 to a majority.
Parliamentary inquiry.
All right.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mike
It
4.
is apparently not debatable to suspend the rules, so we need to go to a vote. I'm going to hear
Point.
a parliamentary inquiry, and then we're going to go to a vote. Parliamentary inquiry, where are
Mike
you?
4, Mike 4. Arthur DiBianca, yet
Thank
again from Texas.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, what will be the vote threshold to adopt, to suspend and adopt?
It's 2/3. It's not 7/8, it's 2/3.
Madam Chair, if the chair rules that this vote succeeded with a 2/3 vote, I will raise a point of order, and we'll see what happens after that.
Okay.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, and then let's please go to a vote. Parliamentary inquiry, where are you?
Mike 2.
Thank you.
Can the motion being considered be clarified, and then I may have a follow-up inquiry?
Can you speak up, please? Everyone else, please be quiet. We're trying so hard to move through this quickly and not get sued and all this mess. I just want to do this above board so we're all correct and understanding what's going on.
Can the motion before the body be clarified, and then I may have a follow-up parliamentary inquiry?
Okay, clarified, we're on an amendment. No, we're not.
Point of personal privilege, please.
Wait.
God, and she's rude on top of it.
Ice or no ice? All right.
Reflections of people who stand around talking and disturbing everyone around them.
But yeah, I mean, I'm waiting until after this because point of information is not relevant to this vote. It's basically like.
What's your point of
My point of information is if they're worried about violating our bylaws, they also should be concerned about Article 5, Section 5, which is have fun. Should not be approached by the National Committee or any other committee of the party except as provided by your all about credentialing. Again. Because that's also in our bylaws. Exactly. As soon as you started speaking, I was like, oh yeah.
No,
They are
that's-
deciding the interpretation of our bylaws for me.
I'm trying to get there. And I'm not willing to violate the bylaws.
And actually,
Get there.
All right. Great. Amendment to
Point of personal privilege, please.
moving to suspend the rules is not debatable and it's not amendable. So we're stuck with 2/3, not a majority. Yes, I did consult with the parliamentarians.
And just so we're
Where's
clear,
the point of personal privilege? And then we're going to jump back to Mr. Starr.
Point of personal privilege, please.
Yes.
We are unable to hear because of the chaos in this room, so a number of us have no idea what's going on
Okay.
because there's too much noise. So if you could please try to control this delegation.
Yes. Guys, I need you to be quiet. We need to move through. I'm trying so hard to move you as quickly through this as possible. Some of you feel very strongly about it. You think it's a joke. You think it's evil. Trying to do the very best thing I can for you, which is why I'm trying to negotiate this thing and facilitate dialogue and passing it and correcting it, as opposed to steamrolling it and running through whatever I want to do. Please work with me to make this happen, just like we did on the agenda. You know I have worked with you for 3 weeks to make the agenda work. I'm trying to work with you on this one too. Mr. Starr, the amendment to your proposal was not in order. We're back to your
so if it's not
your motion.
So if it's not too late and there's no objection, I want to make sure that this is combined as a vote that also seats the people that were seated earlier. So
Okay.
it's basically both combined together. We're changing the bylaw to 2/3, and we're seating those people from this morning that were ineligible.
Okay, so we're changing the threshold from 7/8 to 2/3 and seating the Washington and Oklahoma people at the same time.
Correct.
We may be asking the wrong question.
Point of order, microphone 2.
Hold on though, because we had just ruled that Washington and Oklahoma were seated improperly. So it's gonna take 2/3 to pass the bylaws amendment, and then we're just gonna do a quick 2/3, right?
Point of order, Madam Chair, Mike 4.
Where are you? Point of order.
Mike 4, point of order. Arthur DiBianca, again from Texas.
Thank you.
This is a motion to suspend the rules. It may not be amended in the middle. We have to vote on the motion to suspend the rules and adopt.
Yes, we're going. I agree, and we need to just go there. Mr. Starr was fiddling with his motion. Okay.
Point of order.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's the point of order? And then we're going
Madam
to
Chair,
vote.
I had a point of order at microphone 2.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mike
3.
Yes. I would like Mr. Starr to reiterate what he just said a few minutes ago that you tried to argue, which wasn't really your place because he's the one making the motion. Mr. Starr, would you please tell us again what you intend with your amendment, or with your bylaws amendment?
My intended motion was to change. My intended motion was to change 7/8 to 2. I'm suspending the rules, which takes a 2/3 vote, to change the bylaws so that it reads 2/3 instead of 7/8 to seat additional delegates at this time, and to seat the people from this morning. All one combined motion. That's really my intention.
Point
here.
of order, Madam Chair. That
point
was
of
not
parliamentary
stated in the
inquiry.
original motion. It was not the intention of the motion. We need to vote on this suspension of the rules now.
That was not the original motion, and I understand what Mr. Starr is trying to do.
So let me suggest something then, please.
Can we just
Can I suggest that you vote down my
Point of
motion?
parliamentary
Point of
inquiry.
parliamentary inquiry.
Can we vote down my motion, and then can I be immediately recognized to represent this motion?
Okay, we just need to proceed to a vote. This is not debatable.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
How many points of parliamentary inquiry would you like me to continue to entertain before we go to a vote?
This one's different.
I have
Number
a better
point 4.
solution than a bylaws amendment.
Okay.
When there is an ambiguity in our bylaws, like what the definition of what the National Convention means, a simple majority vote can solve that problem. Clearly, there is ambiguity
it's not
here.
An ambiguity, and I already ruled
It
on it. But
it is. If there are multiple states who have different interpretations, if your own website for this convention had national business happening yesterday, then that is not ambiguous. We have a motion for our bylaws committee that specifically says after the convention is brought to order. That is different than at the national convention. That is different language. This is ambiguous. A
You're
simple
debating.
majority vote.
You're debating. Everybody is trying to debate, and we need to go to a 2/3
But
vote
isn't
on
that a
this
solution?
motion. I understand you're all frustrated.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Thank you. Call the question on a
Point of
non-debatable
order.
motion. We need to
Point
go
of
to a vote.
order.
It's 2/3.
Point of order.
It's
Does
2/3
everybody
vote.
know what they're voting on? Because a lot of people don't.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting there. Fantastic. All right. Look at the screen. By 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitting to the Credentials Committee during the convention.
Point of information on Mike 4, Madam Chair.
We're going to go to a vote.
It's vital to how my vote goes.
Okay.
I called the question. That's not
The question's
interruptible.
already been called. Are we going to go? This is
And there was objection to calling the question.
Well, there shouldn't have been a question called because it's not even debatable. We should just go to a vote.
Oh, really? It's supposed to be tonight, right?
Let's vote. Let's vote. I told you we would get a solution. We did. Here we go. We need to vote. All of those in favor of this bylaws amendment, please stand up. And all of those opposed, sit down. This is to suspend the rules too. I apologize. It is to suspend the rules. Mr. Starr rolled it into one motion, which you are allowed to do. Suspend the rules to make this motion. It's on the screen. Well, you're right. It should say suspend the rules on the screen. All right. Everybody's be seated. Thank you. Some of you are standing and talking. Oh, you're at the microphone. That's fine.
Divide the question.
All of those opposed, please stand.
Divide the question.
There was a demand to divide.
We're getting there. Okay, the motion fails.
Madam Chair, can I get my point of information now on Mike 4, please?
Yes, please go right ahead.
The reason for my point of information was you stated that you had a solution before Aaron Starr stepped up, but that you wanted to state it, and I would have liked to have heard your solution.
I think that we should change the bylaws. We should move to suspend the rules, to change it from a 7/8 vote to a 2/3, and make it only for this convention. And then we should vote yes, and then we should immediately revisit the Oklahoma and Washington delegations.
No.
And we
Let the woman speak.
We added in the others very quickly, and we could quickly dispose of these. And there are more people in the room, and we can get an updated credentials.
So to be clear, your solution was Aaron Starr's solution.
No.
Close.
Point of.
And then someone else tried to make an amendment to make it a majority. Okay.
Microphone, 1 point of order.
Microphone, 1 point of order.
I'm a parliamentarian, and I'm having trouble figuring out exactly what we're voting on. It's really,
currently
really
is no-
important for you to make sure that you read the motion exactly that we're voting on every time we vote, so we know exactly what we're voting on. Thank you. Scott Lieberman, California.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
The Robert F. Kennedy Jr. talk is starting in 15 minutes.
Microphone 1.
Yep.
Microphone 4.
So,
Microphone 1. Mr. Starr?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for voting down the motion so that I can then represent it with combined.
Okay.
My combined motion is to suspend the rules to adopt this bylaw amendment up here.
That's not a privileged motion, and I was ahead of
Please
him.
don't interrupt me. And to seat the people from this morning that were deemed ineligible. That's my motion. It's a combined motion. I think there's 2/3 of the room that want to do that.
Okay. 1 second. Does it have a second?
Second.
Okay, 1 second.
I believe so. That's not a privileged motion, correct? But I have something that I would.
If we all vote yes on this, it gets the job done and we move on. I know it's not our favorite solution, but just saying.
Point of information? Point of information, microphone 3.
Go ahead.
Microphone 3.
Jim Fulner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Was Mr. Starr's motion a privileged motion?
All right. So, Mr. Starr, can we get his motion? Oh, it's up. Move to suspend the rules to amend the bylaws to say by 2/3 vote the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions.
Okay, my inquiry though, my point of information was, is his motion to suspend the rules a privileged motion?
No.
Then why was he recognized again prior to other folks who have been waiting to be recognized longer than he has?
I'm sorry, state that again?
If his motion was not a privileged motion, why was he recognized prior to other delegates who have been waiting longer to be recognized than he had been?
Because I can't see you or hear you, and when people are speaking up, they're not saying their names. Well, that's the reality.
But point of information. Microphone 4. Point of information.
Yes, microphone 1.
No.
Thank you. Elizabeth Brierly, California.
Yes.
She didn't see me and she saw him.
A point of information, are these folks under question? I believe that they are already seated. They were not deemed ineligible. They are already seated. Could I get a response on that point?
Yeah, I ruled that what happened was out of order because it was a continuing breach of the bylaws. So the whole reason we're doing this right now is to try to cure the continuing breach of the bylaws and then find a way to seat them.
Okay, I just thought I heard Mr. Starr say that they were not
that's right.
that they were
Point of
not
information.
eligible. I believe that they were.
So,
thank you.
Point of information number 4.
okay, point of information, mic number 4.
Thank you, Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Let's say that this motion passed. Would that then invalidate everything that has been done since those delegates were seated earlier this morning?
What's been done?
So what are you going to say? We passed the credentials report. Would the impact be that everything that's happened since then is not privileged? It hasn't happened. It would have to all be redone.
Let me do a quick count.
I hope
because
questions of privilege
the number
matter.
of people matter.
I don't want to lose my
Yeah.
Microphone number 3, question of privilege. Madam Chair, delegate from Connecticut, Dan Reel. I have a time-sensitive motion that pertains to RFK and Donald Trump's speaking time, and the motion was submitted hours in advance in writing, and we have filibustered our way out of avoiding a motion co-sponsored by 43 delegates that everyone wants to hear and debate.
Mr. Dosbach.
Oh my God.
Point of order.
She just
ignored
Your point of order is not a point of order? Is that Mr. Reel?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
it's not a point of order, and I'm going to continue with.
You're going to alienate 43 co-sponsoring delegates?
You're gonna
the
wait
media
for
sees
Mr.
you doing it
Dosbach.
right now.
Mr. Dosbach? No,
Yes.
because the vote, it's 29 people who
Ms.
are in question.
McGardle, I'd like to propose that we go tell Donald Trump to go fuck himself away from here. Yes!
That was my motion too.
Fantastic.
We are a libertarian convention looking to nominate libertarians.
Mr.
We do not
Dossbach,
need to give that
it will
time
not
to
invalidate
non-libertarians.
This is not a GOP cuckolding convention.
You guys, we're almost through it. Please settle down.
I move to vacate the chair.
Point of order. Madam Chair.
You want to vacate the chair?
Madam Chair,
That
point of
needs a
order.
second.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Created a problem she
Madam
cannot
Chair.
solve.
Madam Chair, point of
We
order.
are still on Mr. Starr's motion, and Mr. Dossbach had a point of order, and I had a really good answer for him.
Point of
That
information,
the number
yes.
of delegates in question would not invalidate any of the results because it required 2/3, and we had way more than 2/3. It would not have hurt the threshold regarding the agenda. Does that make sense?
No.
The
No,
chair was
Okay.
motioned to be vacated, though. That was
we-
vacated.
Can I just, I mean, make sure I'm clear on
It
this.
should be responded to. Motion to vacate the chair. That should be responded to. Should not be ignored like these previous motions.
Point of order,
Right?
That's right. Thank you,
Madam
good
Chair,
sir.
this is out of order. My motion has the
Thank you.
floor
All right.
right now. We need to dispose of the motion, and then you can do whatever the heck
There we
you
go.
want to do other than that. But right now, this motion is on the floor. It needs to be voted on. Let's vote in favor of this. Let's seat these delegates, and let's get some goddamn business done.
Okay.
Point of order, Mrs. Chair. I'd like to call the question on his motion, please.
All right. The question has been called. Any objection? Please don't.
No.
It's a suspension of the rules. We shouldn't really be debating it, but you know what I mean. Okay. We need 2/3.
Yeah.
There's an objection to calling the question, even though it's a non-debatable motion. We're going to go to a vote. And you need 2/3 to suspend the rules, so that the bylaws say by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions, revisiting a prior vote. All in favor, please stand. It requires 2/3.
Stand up, stand up.
They said vote no, so please vote yes.
All right.
Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. Do you need me to repeat the motion?
No.
Okay, it's on the screen. Well, we've said it many times now. To move to suspend the bylaws, move to suspend the rules to amend the bylaws as follows. Instead of 7/8, by 2/3 vote, the convention may approve additional delegates and alternates whose names and addresses are submitted to the Credentials Committee during the convention, and to seat the Washington and Oklahoma delegation additions. So those of you who are opposed to it are voting right now. Do you want me to start over? No. All right, we're going to start over. If you are in favor of this motion, please stand. It takes 2/3.
Oh, I thought we did this already.
Yes, there we go. Everybody's standing. All right.
This is lawless.
Let's be ungovernable, everybody. Let's prove it and be ungovernable.
Take a seat.
Ungovernable. Ungovernable.
I really think that's
Let's
2/3.
prove it.
Those of you who are opposed, go ahead and stand up. All right. We have 2/3. It passes. Thank you.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
I motion to suspend the rules to add to the agenda an item immediately following its acceptance to consider the ratification of Region 1.
Boo!
We need an agenda before we can do that.
We have an agenda. The
We have
agenda
not
passed.
approved- we have
Yeah,
not-
we did. A long time ago.
Point of order,
Yeah,
Madam
we
Chair.
did.
I believe
We
that's
have
out
an
of order.
agenda.
That
It passed.
is out of order. It is
Yeah.
not up to the people
A long time
outside
ago,
of
it passed.
Region 1 to vote on who's in Region 1.
Madam
Unless we
Chair,
wanna just
he is not
give them a nice-
not asking that. He's asking to consider the LNC's move that ratified Region 1.
Okay. How would you like, can you be clearer?
How do you want me to be any more clear?
Restate your motion.
He is moving to suspend the rules to add to the agenda a time to consider and debate the LNC's move to ratify Region 1 against the will of some of their members.
Sorry. Parliamentary inquiry, please. Mic 1.
All right. Does it have a second?
Second.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary
Where
inquiry,
at?
Mike 4.
Mike 4.
Let him go.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas again. Madam Chair, did we finally adopt our agenda earlier?
Yeah, we had an agenda.
The answer is yes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 3. Over here, you.
Yes.
Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I move to amend the agenda time-wise to extend business today and tomorrow to 5:00 p.m. each day.
We're still on my agenda, though. I have a
Okay,
motion.
Well, we were on the motion regarding Region 1, Mr. Goldstein.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
I need to know who made that motion.
Mike Chinese of Wisconsin.
Point of order, Madam Chair, microphone 1. Okay. Dustin Blankenship, West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
This is, I guess, more of a question, but during the last kerfuffle, there was a motion to vacate the chair. Would that then become the next agenda item? I just want to make sure we're doing things correctly.
It was not recognized because it was not in order at the time. So someone would
It
have to
was in
remake
order at
that,
the time.
and
Point
right
of order, Madam Chair.
Right now we're on Region 1. Where's the point of order?
Mike 4. Me again.
Thank you.
Microphone 4, thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think it would be more accurate to say that this is not an amendment to the agenda. This is simply a suspension of the rules to take up a question about this move. This is simply a suspension of the rules in order to consider a question.
Okay. It will still require 2/3. Okay. So I believe your motion is in order, although I don't know that there's a particular consequence to it, but we can go ahead and deliberate it if that's what you'd like. Someone speaking in favor or against the motion?
Madam Chair, point of information, Mike 1.
Yes.
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. Can you please state the motion?
Michael Chianese moved to suspend the rules to take up consideration of the LNC's move to ratify Region 1.
Thank you.
And to take it up now, I assume, not at a particular time.
Yes.
Okay, and was there a second?
Yes. Madam.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, point of order. Microphone 2.
Thank you.
We have to follow the agenda, correct? And the next thing on the agenda is the treasurer's report.
Yes.
So I think we should go to the treasurer's report because we have to follow the agenda.
Thank you. But this is suspending the rules, but that's a reasonable argument. Okay?
I move to call the question. James Wiley, Colorado.
James Wiley's moved to call the question. It's been moved and seconded to call the question. Any objection to calling the question?
I object. The maker of the motion hasn't even had a chance to speak in favor of the motion yet.
Oh, you're right. It's not debatable. We're just hearing points of order and points of information, although most of them are probably trying to argue. It is what it is. All right.
I would like to speak in favor of the motion.
Okay. Should we go to a vote? We need to suspend the rules first to take up consideration. This is a two-parter. This is not a one-parter. It's not rolled into one. I'm looking at it on the screen. I need 2/3. We're going to go to a vote quickly. All in favor, stand up. Sorry, it's like church, but it's so much easier if you stand up. All in favor of suspending the rules to take up consideration? These are the people who want to do this. You want to suspend the rules. Okay, sit back down. I don't see 2/3. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. This is Mary Jingle at microphone 1 from Santa Clara County, California. People who do not have delegate badges displayed are voting.
Oh,
please ask them not to do that.
That's an issue. Delegation chairs, please check your delegations.
Madam Chair, mic 4.
Microphone 4.
Madam Chair, Arthur DiBianca, I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, I believe, is the treasurer's report. Is it? I don't have it in front of me.
Madam Chair, question of urgent privilege, time sensitive, 10 minutes from now. Microphone 3, Dan Reel from Connecticut.
Microphone 3.
I have submitted a motion that was co-sponsored by 43 highly now alienated and disaffected delegates. That motion seeks to give back the time to RFK and Trump to Libertarian candidates that we intend to run against these individuals.
Your motion is out of order, and
I appeal the ruling of this rogue Republican chair.
It's not part of party business.
I can also be a plaintiff if you want.
That's fine.
See you in court then.
The Kennedy talk is happening right now.
Hey, Angela, I know how much you like to suck GOP cock.
To go. All right. Call to order.
Point of order. That's out of order, and it's a complete violation of the NAP. He can kiss my ass.
Come to order. Now.
Assault! 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 Assault!
Okay, I'm sure. Sergeant at Arms, please escort anybody who's getting a little too rowdy over to hotel security if they're needed.
Madam Chair, do we have a Sergeant at Arms?
Point of information, Madam
Have
Chair.
you identified who that person is so that
We
we all
have
know?
a couple of Sergeant of Arms. I see Ollie, Richard Stafford. Ollie's on it. He's doing a fantastic job. Now, it's 3:30. We had a schedule today. Kennedy's talking, reading the room. It looks like most of you want to continue business.
Madam Chair, mic 4.
So,
Point of information, Madam Chair.
My suggestion is, for those of you who would like to go see a talk, you are free to do so at this time. Is
Madam-
that reasonable? Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a highly privileged motion at mic 4.
Mike 4, yes.
Arthur DiBianca.
Yes.
I'm going to make a funny motion that we need because we do not have a time-based agenda. I'm going to make a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn. And I move that when this meeting adjourns, whenever that is, we adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. Oh, actually, that is already in order because that was part of Mr. Redpath's special order.
Okay, I did not know that was the time of convening, so I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Microphone 1.
Can we find our treasurer? And yes.
Am I recognized?
Yes.
Starchild, delegate from California. Another time-sensitive matter that I tried to bring up earlier, I'll ask again now, and I'll wait for a little bit more quiet in the room so people can hear. Thank you. I am inquiring as to how votes for none of the above cast in terms of platform plank retention tokens will be counted. Can people vote for none of the above for that? if they don't want to delete anything from the current platform and have those votes counted.
I don't believe that NOTA is in order for platform tokens.
I would like, if I could, to get a parliamentarian's ruling on that.
Not going to happen. Dan, read the room. We need to chill for the day.
Right.
Some of us would like to stop stuff from being deleted, and if we can do that by voting none of the above, in terms of submitting the tokens, because otherwise we basically don't have a vote.
Hey, Starchild, if you could just wait 1 second
Sure.
so I can chat about it.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Speeches at 5. Yes, absolutely.
Mike 4, point of information. Dan Lewis of Illinois.
NOTA is not in order for platform tokens. I'm very sorry, but it is not in order, and that would be very confusing for tellers, and we're unclear as to what it would even you'd be NOTA-ing.
Madam Chair, Mike 4, point of information. Dan Lewis of Illinois. What time was is business supposed to end today?
Well,
Sorry, I don't have the schedule in front of me.
5 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
It is not time certain. That is what time business should end. It is not time certain. I hope that makes sense.
It does.
Check the schedule so that you're not overstepping on regional caucusing on that.
Madam Chair, motion to recess for 10 minutes so people can calm the hell down.
All right, do we want to take a recess for 10 minutes? I'm not sure that people want to take a recess for 10 minutes, which is why I have not called one.
Where was Massey, by the way? Massey was out.
All right, I didn't hear any seconds on that. I believe our next item of business is the treasurer's report.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Where are you at? Okay, we're going to go to the treasurer's report.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Oh, okay, microphone 3.
Jim Folner, Cumberland, Wisconsin. Thank you for recognizing me after waiting in line here for well over an hour. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules to extend tomorrow's time of adjournment from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and to rescind the invitation to former President and WWE Hall of Famer Donald Trump.
Second. I second that.
It's not in order. It's out of order. He's not part of convention business. He's not part of convention.
Point of information.
Okay, it's becoming dilatory. Last one. We're going to go to the treasurer's report.
Can we please hear from the parliamentarian whether or not that is in order?
I've already consulted with him, trust me, many times in advance on this particular topic. It's not in order. It's not part of convention business.
But it is part of the convention, which according to Robert's rules is allowed and controlled by the delegates, correct?
It's dilatory and we're moving on.
Folks, how are you? Todd Hagopian, National Treasurer.
Okay.
I'm going to keep this fairly short and not nearly as rowdy. I have submitted a treasurer's report. I've submitted a treasurer's report that has plenty of charts, facts, and figures. Today, I will just go through the first 2 pages, which is the summary. So inside of that treasurer's report, you will have a summary, you will have statements of activities and changes in your net assets. You will have statement of cash flows. You will have an auditor's opinion showing a clean audit. You will have term accomplishments. The next page, Madam Secretary, is the letter from the treasurer. The treasurer of the LNC is responsible for the oversight of all financial functions, including, but not limited to, receipts, disbursements, internal and external reporting. I am happy to announce the following results. We have a clean FEC bill of health. We have had the cleanest audit in several years with no significant deficiencies. We have paid off the mortgage that we previously took out. We have outsourced and professionalized the accounting department, which led to that clean audit. We defeated an FEC complaint that was wrongly filed unanimously in our favor. And we have the highest sustained cash and cash equivalent balances that we've had in 10 plus years. The bottom line is that this party is financially strong. Despite rumors to the contrary, we have done a good job. Thank you all. I appreciate it. I'll be around for questions.
Mr.
if you read
Treasurer,
the report. Thank
Mr. Treasurer, microphone 4.
All right, I will take questions.
Mr. Treasurer, I have one question, a quick question at microphone 4.
Where are you at? Okay.
This is Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Okay.
Mr. Treasurer, would it be accurate to say that LNC revenue in 2023 was lower than in any of the previous 20 years?
I do not know if it was lower than any of the previous 20 years. It was certainly low.
Was it, Mr. Treasurer, lower than almost any of the previous 20 years?
That is probably accurate.
And could you please give us the projected revenue for 2024?
Yes, we should be in the arena of 1.6 to 1.7 million in 2024, potentially higher based on the successful fundraising of this convention.
And can you quote, for comparison purposes, Mr. Treasurer, do you happen to know the revenue for 2020?
I do not have 2020. I believe 2022 was just over 2 million.
Thank you.
Yep.
Point of information, microphone, or question point, microphone 4. Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. It says there that they paid off the mortgage this LNC inherited. Wasn't that a loan against business assets and not a mortgage? I'm pretty sure that they ended up not doing the mortgage. It was business assets. Is that?
I apologize. Yeah, there was a lien, so I called it a mortgage, but
Yeah.
you're correct.
Yeah, line of credit based on business assets?
Correct.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 4, Leighton from Alaska.
Yes, sir.
I was wondering if you have an estimate of what the LNC or the Libertarian Party has raised in the last 2 days.
Yes, we have raised over 400,000 this month. I believe we have raised over 200,000 in the last 2.5 days.
Well done. Microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Treasurer, Billy Pierce from Texas. Could you please tell us how much the LNC, the Libertarian Party, nationally has spent on ballot access and candidates?
I would have to look at the reports for that. I apologize. I do not have that right handy, but it's in all of the monthly reports that I've been submitting.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Question, mic 1, please. Rajani Mayatico from California. Just, does the report include percent changes? So if there was a percent increase or a percent decrease over time from last year, from 2 years ago, do you have any of those kind of?
The report is based directly on what previous reports have looked like. So what it will show is 2022, 2023, and year-to-date 2024, which is what we've always shown. You can always email me with more questions for previous reports, or all the financial reports for the last 10 plus years are on LPedia.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Microphone 4. Mike Saliba, Real Chair, Michigan. Mr. Treasurer, could you please tell us how much the LNC has spent on suing me and the rest of the Michigan 8 in federal court, and how that number compares to cuts to ballot access spending?
Ballot access spending was not cut, so that question is mute.
How much did you spend on suing us?
Yeah. Again, I've submitted all of those financials, and that was 2023, and it's all.
The case is ongoing.
Next question.
John Thomas, microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Pennsylvania. I move that we accept the treasurer's report.
It's not in order. Thank you, though. I appreciate the cheering.
So do I.
Then I'm going to do a point
Next
of
question.
parliamentary inquiry or point of information.
All right. Seeing no more.
Microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
I guess it's a parliamentary inquiry. What part of the bylaws makes it out of order to ask a treasurer about a budget item, such as how much money was spent by the LNC to sue other libertarians in order to defend intellectual property as a concept?
Nobody said it was out of order?
Question,
asked and I
microphone 4.
answered? Okay.
John Phillips from Illinois, question from microphone 4.
Yes, sir.
How much was raised in the presidential straw poll this weekend? And I would like to thank our presidential candidates for all their fundraising efforts.
I believe that number was $183,000.
Great job, presidential candidates. Great job bailing us out.
Any more questions?
Ryan Sugden, microphone 3.
Yes, sir.
I recall you mentioning that the outsourcing of the accounting department was more expensive than anticipated. Is that an ongoing increased expense or a short-term one?
We are hoping that a short term, they have been going down and down in cost. It had to do with them basically between the FEC portion of the accounting and the accounting portion of the accounting. It took a little longer to get them up to speed on the FEC portion, and we do pay by the hour. So in addition, when we have to go through audits or when we need additional information for the FEC, every bit of that costs money. So when we have a challenge that is ridiculous, that costs us money.
Thank you.
Microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Mark Inkle, former national chair, delegate from California. In the last 2 years, did the LNC pay any fines to the FEC?
No, we did not.
Mr. Treasurer, microphone 1.
Yes, sir.
Related to a previous comment about alleged bailout of this convention, was the convention profitable, or is it profitable without that fundraising from the presidential candidates?
We will not know until the end of the convention, but
Could you speculate?
yes, I believe this convention will be extremely profitable regardless of the $183,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Adrian F. Malagon, California. I move to go to the next agenda item, which I believe is the Audit Committee report.
Any objections to moving to the Audit Committee reports? Hearing none, we're going to go to the Audit Committee report. Thank you. Here comes our Audit Committee Chair.
Point of order. There was an objection.
There is an objection.
Yelled out before the chair ruled that that was complete. Thank you.
Did anyone keep time on that? Because I think it was 10 minutes. Okay, we're going to move on. I apologize I didn't hear your objection, but we're also on time.
Okay, hello. I'm Kathy Yanuskavage. I'm the chair of the National Audit Committee. Thank you. The Audit Committee has two authorities. The bylaws require an annual audit prepared in accordance with the Generally Accepted Accounting Principles, GAAP, and the establishment of a standing committee of 3 members, one of which it should be a non-officer member of the LNC. The policy manual defines the tasks of the audit committee to include selecting an independent auditor and helping to interpret any results or curing any deficiencies that are identified in audits. The 2022 audit was concluded in fall of 2020 by Fry and Company CPAs. And in the unqualified opinion of the auditor, the 2022 financial statements present fairly the LNC's financial position. And an unqualified opinion is the highest level of assurance that an auditor will give. 2022 year-end revenue was $2,083,542, and expenses were $2,010,837, for a change in net assets of $72,705. There were 4 minor adjusting entries made during the course of the audit, resulting in a decrease in net assets of approximately $6,200. In the management letter, the auditor recommended a review of internal controls and segregation of duties due to the departure of some key management staff. The audit committee reviewed each of these recommendations in detail and can report that all have been addressed, as Mr. Hagopian stated, through the hiring of our outside accounting firm, Veracity Pros, and the engagement of a digital mail provider, which is U.S. Global Mail.
If just people could keep it down. Some people are having a hard time hearing.
The 2023 audit was concluded in March by Lehman, Flynn, Valero CPAs. In addition, the tax form was filed in a timely manner by the CPA firm. In the past years, tax forms were prepared in-house. In the interest of best practices, the audit committee initiated a selection process and engaged a new CPA firm. The LNC had utilized the same firm since at least 2012, and it was deemed prudent to get a fresh look, considering turnover in key staff positions and change in the accounting processes. And again, in the unqualified opinion of the auditor, the 2023 financial statements present fairly the LNC's financial positions, again, the highest level that an auditor will give. 2023 year-end revenue was $1,131,567, and expenses were $1,246,579, for a change in net assets of negative $115,12. One adjusting entry was made during the audit. The March 2024 payment for the 2022 audit was adjusted to be recorded in 2023 as the expenditure was accrued in 2023. We use the accrual method of accounting, and that requires expenditures to be recorded when the expense is actually incurred, as opposed to when it was paid. No issues were identified in the management letter, and there are no corrective actions or other remedial actions to take. Any questions? Oh, I will be posting this on the business list. There are QR codes to the 2022 and 2023 audits in the booklets. The audits have also been posted on the business list. If anyone has any questions or needs other links to it or whatever, I'm in the Arizona delegation. You can stop by. And the audit committee report will be attached to the minutes.
Thank you, Kathy.
Questions? No?
Madam Chair?
Alrighty.
Madam Chair?
I don't identify as madam. Yes. What microphone? Hello?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to recess for 1 hour.
Where Where, can you please state your name?
Darian Drake from Montana.
All right. There's been a motion to recess for 1 hour. Is there a second? Second. All righty. And there is objection.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Objection.
Mike
We
Four,
have business to do.
Microphone 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas. Would it be in order to amend the motion to recess?
I believe so.
We have a chair debate coming up in half an hour, I believe, and it might be good to recess and return after the chair debate. So I would move to amend to recess until 5:30.
All right. There is an amendment to the motion to, could you restate that, please?
Yes, I'm amending the motion so that it would now be a motion to recess until 5:30 p.m.
And
It would be very stupid to get her out of there.
1 second.
So we can't do business now.
I'm here for business too. I've been sitting waiting all day to get back to business.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mike 2.
Mr. Chair, point of order, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Yes, I think it would be prudent to have nominations of our chair candidates before we have a chair debate, and then we could probably recess to the chair debate.
Okay. Is that a motion?
I move, at this point in time, we move to nominations of chair of the Libertarian Party for the next term.
All right. We do have a motion to.
Mr. Chair, call for orders of the day.
1 second, please.
Somebody just did, Steve. It's orders of the day.
When you come to the microphone, please clearly state your name and the delegation that you're sitting with. Now, I believe we still have a motion on the floor to recess for 1 hour. So I think we should move forward with that. Either vote yes or no on that, and then we can consider other.
He's choosing not to.
Unless the mover wants to withdraw that motion to recess. Okay. And there was a second. Any discussion? Is there any objection to recess for 1 hour?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Microphone 1, 2.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Can you please state your name and delegate?
Samuel Bowler, Alabama. I've been standing here for an hour and a half and want a motion, so I'd rather continue going on with business at this time.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
point of
Motion to recess is debatable. I believe that's an undebatable motion.
There's a
Okay, the
motion on the
motion
floor. We got
to
to vote on
recess
it.
is not debatable. Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Yeah, Steve Dosbach, South Carolina. Do we know when the nomination, but not the tokens, the nomination petitions for vice president are due? Because we hadn't, when I checked earlier, we didn't have a time yet. Do we have a time?
I believe it's 5 p.m. tonight.
It's 5 p.m. for the nomination petitions as well as the tokens? Is that correct? All right, thank you.
Yep.
Then why do you still have that on?
All right.
I like the message.
So let's move on to a vote to recess for 1 hour.
Block me over in Montana. I don't vote.
All those in favor, please stand. Okay, please sit.
That projector screen?
All those opposed, please stand. Does not look like we will be recessing.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2, Samuel Bowler, Alabama.
Yes, sir.
So our state missed one of our alternates that was selected at our state convention, and it wasn't included on the report sent to the Credentials Committee. We have already discussed with the alternate that was promoted in the place that he would have been, and they both agreed that they would be okay with H. Marty Shelper being demoted from delegate back to alternate, and then Mr. Joshua Standridge being added to our delegation. This was a clerical error on our part that we would like to remedy, please.
Okay. This would be a 2/3 vote.
Actually, does that even, it's just a shuffling of alternate and they don't, I don't think it requires any approval.
Then they will-
Mr. Standridge wasn't listed as an alternate or delegate at all on our report.
Okay, that's different. That's different.
Okay, then he'll need to be added.
Exactly.
Is-
So H. Marty Shelper is the alternate he would be replacing, who's now a delegate, and his name is Joshua Standridge.
Okay. I've just got something for after this, so if you've got something to say on this, go for it. Well, it's 2/3 because we just changed the bylaw for this convention. But it could be done without an objection, yeah.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
Yes, sir.
Travis Boss, delegate from West Virginia.
Yes, sir.
Pulling up my motion. This is a timely motion. I move to make Larry Sharp eligible to run for VP in 2024, even though he is a stand-in candidate in New York.
Right now, there's a motion on the floor. Once we dispense with that, then we will entertain more motions.
Mr. Chair, point of information. Mike 4.
1 second, please.
This is a no-brainer. Why don't they just do it?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Okay, Sam Bowler moved to add Joshua Standridge to the delegation list due to clerical omission and failure to submit his name to the credentials report. It only requires 2/3. Are we going to have discussion on it? Are we going to go to a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the motion passes.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
This is Sam Goldstein, delegate from Indiana. I move that we open nominations for chair of the Libertarian Party for the 2024-26 term.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a timely parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Microphone 4, I'm sorry.
Microphone
John Phillips from Illinois.
Thank you.
Understanding that there are a few delegates that have had their pins come off and they're being told by credentials that there are no replacements.
That is probably true because there probably are no replacements. We only ordered a few replacements and we did pins because they were more secure than ribbons.
Okay, so we are disenfranchising just delegates that have lost their pins.
No.
No,
We are
we're
asking
punishing them for
delegates
irresponsibility.
To be accountable for their belongings and being the fact that they are a delegate. We have actually been really generous to delegates in making sure that people get sat, and I think we've been taking good care of our delegation.
Madam Chair, was there a second to my motion?
What is your motion? To open nominations?
Correct.
I did not hear a second. but we
Madam
did hear
Chair,
one.
I have a point of personal privilege, Mike 4.
Okay,
Dan
I did
Lewis.
hear a second, and microphone 4.
Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Dan Lewis of Illinois.
Yeah. I just want to, even if I don't agree with you on everything, I do want to apologize on behalf of that delegate that got out of line and said those things to you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, microphone 1.
Microphone 1.
I would like to second the motion to open nominations for chair.
All right, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded to open nominations for chair. At this point, nominations are in order. Anyone who'd like to make a nomination for chair?
I nominate Ken Molman.
All right.
Dan Lewis of Illinois. Nominating Ken Molman.
Where and who? Please state your name.
I'm at Mike 4, Dan Lewis of Illinois, and I'm nominating Ken Molman for chair.
Thank you. For those of you who are about to make nominations, please don't fumble the ball. Make it really nice for your nominee. State your name. state your state, and then state your nominee.
Madam Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
This is Sam Goldstein, delegate for Indiana. I have the great privilege of placing in nomination the name of Mark Rutherford for chair of the Libertarian Party. I served with him as vice chair, served with him on the LNC, and he will do a great job stabilizing this party and moving it forward in our fight for liberty for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Right, 1 second before we move on. You need to turn in your nomination papers to the tellers for chair. So it's 30 signatures on a nomination paper. Those need to be in. 20, my apologies, it's is it 20 or 15? It's 15. There's 20 on the form, you only need 15. 15 signatures, that needs to be turned into the tellers. If you have not done so, run over there now, because it'll be out of order by the time I'm done talking and taking nominations, and this is the only time I'm trying to extend it to be polite. Okay.
Madam Chair, at 4.
Yes.
At 4, Lee Koritzer, Florida, I nominate Steve Nikila from the Republic of the Conch in Florida.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Jennifer Leatherberry from Virginia, I nominate Angela McCardle for chair.
Thank you. Any additional nominations?
Madam Chair.
Do all of our candidates thus far accept nominations? Did Mr. Ken Molman accept his nomination? He said yes. Okay, thank you. I believe Mr.
Madam
Paul
Chair,
Bronco.
microphone 3.
1 second, we're at microphone 1, and then we'll jump to 3. Yes. Or I'm sorry, you're microphone 2. Wherever you are. You're
Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to close nominations for chair.
Thank you. Are there other nominees? I don't hear. Is there an objection? Because. Okay.
Madam
Hello?
Chair, microphone
it's
3.
premature if there are other nominees, but it's unclear if there are other nominees.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Madam Chair.
Microphone 3.
Yes, microphone 3.
Evan
Is that-
McMahon, Indiana. It was, okay, the secretary got it. Sam Goldstein was the nominator for Mark Rutherford. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Please make sure you speak clearly because the echo is a little trying if you're stumbling your words. Okay, I don't hear any other nominations.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
Point of information.
Okay.
I'm Kareem Mays from Pennsylvania. I nominate George Besda for chair.
That's not a point of information, but it is a nomination.
Point of personal privilege.
Sorry.
Can you please ask people to quiet down a little bit?
Yeah.
It's really hard to hear.
Guys, please come to order. Or quieter we are, the faster we'll go. Could you please restate your nominee? Okay.
Hello. I'm Kareem from Pennsylvania, and I nominate George Besda. I believe I'm saying that correctly for chair.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Could we possibly get the font size on the displays increased back up to 125% since lunch?
Thank you. Okay. Now, I believe someone was going to close nominations.
This is Paul Bracco, delegate from Virginia. I move to close nominations for LNC chair.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to close nominations. Is there any objection at this point? Paul Bracco, Virginia. Going once, going twice. Hearing no objection, nominations are closed.
Madam Chair,
Madam
Mike
Chair,
4.
Mike 2.
Mike 2.
Travis Boss, delegate from West Virginia.
Yes.
I move to suspend the rules, to amend the bylaws, to allow stand-in candidates to be nominated for president and vice president for this convention only.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to allow stand-in candidates to be nominated for president and vice president of this convention only. Oh, to amend the bylaws. To allow.
Point of information.
Point of order.
I know what it is.
You cannot suspend the bylaws.
To suspend the rules to amend the bylaws.
So to
Travis Boss moved to suspend the rules to amend the bylaws to allow stand-in candidates to run for president and vice president for this convention only.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair. Mic 4.
Microphone 4, and then we're going to 1.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas. To clarify, is this a combined motion where the rules would be suspended and the motion pass at once?
Yes, it is a combined motion.
Thank you.
Rolled into 1.
Point.
Okay, back to Mike.
One, thank you. Point of information, Elizabeth Brierly,
Yes.
California. Would it be in order to ask the maker of that motion to either explain or ask somebody else knowledgeable about this to explain what the inception was of that bylaw about not allowing stand-ins to serve?
It's not in order. It's not debatable. I think everybody in this room can figure out why this is happening. We need to move to a vote because it's not debatable.
I'd like to understand the rationale before I vote. Thank you.
Point of order, microphone 4.
Point of order on 1.
Okay, it's being done.
Point of order on the claim that it's not debatable. You've combined two motions, one to suspend the rules and one to change the bylaws. Changing the bylaws is debatable. Suspend the rules is not. By combining them, you're preventing any debate on the motion.
There is no debate on the motion. I'm sorry.
Request
I've
for information,
consulted with the
microphone 4.
Parliamentarian on this multiple times.
Point of information.
Request for
on 1.
information, microphone 4.
Request for information. Okay, so
Microphone
first of
1.
all, we're going to go to microphone 1 because this man's had his hand up for a while and I keep trying to call on him.
Yes, Mike Seebeck, Alabama.
I'm just asking what a standing candidate is.
If we move to suspend the rules on this, is that going to have an impact on ballot access anywhere?
Unknown.
Madam Chair, microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
Arthur DiBianca from Texas.
Yes.
At this time, Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn for the day.
All right. All right. That is
Microphone
in order.
3.
It is in order.
Microphone 3.
It's not debatable, and it requires a second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and it is not debatable. We are going to go to a vote.
Adjourning for the day?
Should be a point of information. Point of information.
Okay, point of information, and we're going to a vote on
Microphone 3, Kristen Alexander, Indiana.
Yes.
I would just like to clarify the motion on the floor. Is it to adjourn or to recess?
He said to adjourn for the day, so we would come back according to our special order at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get the name? That was Art who made that motion, DiBianca from Texas? Was that correct? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. All right, this is a majority vote. If you are in favor of adjournment, I need you to please stand. Please be seated.
I'm just walking away.
All right. I need everybody who wants to adjourn to sit down. And I need everybody who wants to go to business to continue business to stand up.
This one's actually close, Angela.
I think adjournment passed.
Microphone 4, division.
Okay. Do you guys, I need 20 people if you want to call for division. We've done it before. I know it's the end of the day, but we're going to honor it. You want to call for division? We're going to do it. All right. So,
Microphone 3, request for information.
Yes,
Was the motion on adjournment or recess?
it's adjournment. It's adjournment until we come back in the morning. We have a special order to reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow and start with our presidential debate. All right, so I want tellers to come out and help me. I want everybody to go to your seats. Go to your seats.
So, in effect,
Let's try to do
it
this
is a
very
recess.
quickly.
God, thank you. God.
Let's do it so fast. The way this is going to happen is everybody's going to find their seat. Tellers have a section. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to count the yeses. And if you're a yes, you're going to stand in your place in your seat. Please don't walk around unless you're a teller because you make it harder. Are our tellers ready? I need a head nod, a hand wave. I need a gesture from my tellers. Are you ready? Okay, everybody who wants to adjourn, please stand up.
Quorum. Do we have quorum?
Yes. Quorum called? Yes, we have quorum. All right, go for it.
Point of question.
All right, guys. They're going to count the no's. So I want everybody who was a yes to sit down. All the yeses, please be seated. Unfortunately, we've got to count both. Okay, people who do not want to adjourn, you want to continue business, please stand. Tellers are going to come and count you.
No breaks. You either be up there and you be strong. We get business done. No sleep.
Hello, everyone. We have a decision. The vote on adjournment was 375 yes, 311 no. The yeses have it. We are adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Madam Chair, can I
We will continue business by jumping immediately, because we have a special rule of order, to our presidential debate. That's the first order of business tomorrow morning.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege, can you make an announcement about the regional caucuses happening at 5:15 to 6:45 that they can find their room on lnc2024.com/schedule?
Right now, if you so desire, you can go see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speak. It's your choice. It's happening. There is a deadline coming up at 5 p.m. Please get your vice presidential nominations turned in to the tellers. Are you running for vice president?
Yes.
Madam Chair, can you clarify where the tellers are right now so we can do that, and also let us know what's happening for the rest of the evening according to our program?
Madam Chair? I'm sorry, I'm in the middle of trying to make announcements. Please get your tokens also turned in for the vice presidential debate. Those are boxes over past the tellers. So get all of that turned in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Caucusing is happening for some of the regions as well. Please find areas to caucus. I believe that's listed on lnc2024.com. I believe that's all of the announcements. The vice presidential debate will be happening later tonight. It will be immediately followed by a debate with Vivek Ramaswamy, the winner of that debate. After that, we have comedy night. After that, we have the enemy of the state party. That's happening in the Crystal Ballroom. Thank you all.
Madam Chair, when is the chair debate?
Until 7 a.m. and then broke.
Chair debate is not in the agenda. Let me figure out.
I'm going off 3 beers, 2 Red Bulls, and 0 sleep.
The agenda we approved today had a chair's debate.
Has hotel staff been instructed not to throw away all our stuff, like in Orlando?
Okay. California, this is your delegate chair. Just a reminder, regional caucuses do not apply to us. We've already selected our Region 4 representative and alternate. We do not need to meet. I repeat, we do not need to meet. Just answering that for a lot of you who have asked. Thank you.
Speaking of World War II and veterans and everything,
Chair candidates, chair candidates, chair candidates. Are we having a chairs debate? We're supposed to have a chairs debate upstairs, and I believe the Kennedy talk is running over because it started late.
I like a little bit of both. You know what I mean? Like a good mix. Exactly. So. I'm not a member of any. I could see me if there was a candidate caucus, but that's the first.
Your mom is dilatory.
Good catching up. I'll be here. I'm not leaving right now, but I'm trying to. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's good seeing y'all. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I've never been. This is my first national. That might be fine. Jay? Here.